This is Retro Sports Radio. Visit RetroSeasons.com for more sports history.
On Sunday, October 9th, 1977, the New York Yankees faced the Kansas City Royals at Royal Stadium for Game 5 of the 1977 ALCS. The series was tied at 2 games apiece. The Royals had stolen Game 2 in New York, and the Yankees counteracted with a big win in Kansas City, facing elimination in Game 4. For this 5th and final game, Royals manager Whitey Herzog sent Game 1 winner Paul Splittorff back to the mound. Billy Martin counteracted with starter Ron Guidry, who was the winning pitcher in Game 2. This audio recording is from the New York WMCA radio broadcast, featuring announcers Phil Rizzuto, Frank Messer, Bill White, Mel Allen, and Bert Knapp.
WMCA, Real People Radio.
The Mel Allen John Sterling pregame show is brought to you by Carte Blanche. Since no credit card is accepted everywhere, you should have Carte Blanche, the credit card you need no matter what other credit card you have. And by Emory, the Air Force and Air Freight.
Well, good evening, everyone. For those of you who are up at about 11:30 on Friday night, heard me talking to myself here at WMCA and trying to get a clear line through to Miami, Florida, where Mel Allen was, and we signed off that if the Yankees didn't win tomorrow, Saturday, and I told Mel I'll see in all the old familiar places, wherever that is, wherever they are, and he said, yeah, he said that the Yanks are going to have to find the winning recipe in Kansas City, something they had not done with any regularity the past few years. And I allowed as to how I thought that Figueroa had a little bit edge of Agura, and Mel agreed. And anyway, as you know, the Yankees did win, and this is it. This is the 5th and final game. It is the same 2 teams in the 5th and final game as last year. History repeats itself. Last year at Yankee Stadium, Chris Chambliss homered in the last of the 9th, and the Yankees beat Kansas City. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. Mel, we have a lot of things to talk about. You know, usually I come in and do these shows with you, and I say, you know, we're going to have to analyze, and how can you ever analyze? But tonight there really are a lot of things to do, and one thing I'm going to do tonight, which I'll tell you at the very top of the show.
Give the
I'm going to second
pro
guess.
Football scores for the day. That might be a good idea.
Actually, I don't have them.
I'm sorry.
I don't have them.
No, it's all right.
But I'm gonna have a chance to second guess. I really am. Hey, did we say? Let me ask you a question, Miss Engineer. Did we say that the John Sterling Mel Allen pregame show is brought to you by? We did. Okay, so we've taken care of that, and it is 7:17.
I could have answered that question because I was in there involved in reading some news reports about the weather, believe it or not, because I couldn't find anything else to read. When I suddenly heard that, and I came running into the studio.
Oh, okay, well, I'm glad you did. Tonight it's Paul Splittorff of Kansas City and Ron Guidry for the Yanks. And I guess, Mel, that maybe we ought to begin by perhaps allaying some fears of Yankee fans about Guidry, because he's pitching with 2 days rest. This is not abnormal at all for playoff or World Series competition.
That's right.
You'll be able to perhaps speak a little more, since you were on the scene in some of the instances I'm going to bring about. One occurs in 1957 when Milwaukee Braves were an unknown quantity, and they started 3 pitchers, and but as the series got down, they found that Lou Burdett was pitching best for them, and so they came to the 7th game, and Burdett had pitched the 5th game and shut out the Yankees 1-0. He had won an earlier game in the series, and so they came back with Lou Burdett with 2 days of rest, and I slept outside the stadium, as a matter of fact, to get into the bleachers.
I think Burdett did too.
Unfortunately, at the time, I mean, fortunately for you, you were broadcasting the game on television, but and Burdett pitched a shutout again. But the point I'm making is that it is not abnormal, and it wasn't in Burdett's case.
No, he won 3 games that year. Of course, he wasn't the first pitcher ever to win 3 games in a World Series. It hasn't happened too often. I wasn't around this time either, John, just to go back to a previous generation or so, but it just crossed my mind, believe it or not, this summer at Cooperstown. I went up to see the induction of the Hall of Famers, one of whom was from my university. He joined the Cleveland Indians in 1920. Now, I'm talking about Joe Sewell. His last 3 years in the major leagues was spent with the Yankees. They traded him over to New York from Cleveland. And an interesting story about that. He was voted in by the Veterans Committee of the Hall of Fame, but a Yankee pitcher named, he was a submarine pitcher, Carl Mays, inadvertently threw a pitch that beamed Cleveland shortstop Ray Chapman and killed him. And, of course, that's one of the historic things in baseball. And so they hurriedly called up this young University of Alabama graduate named Joe Sewell, who was getting some minor league experience down in New Orleans, called him up to play shortstop. They won the pennant on a tryst speaker. He was the shortstop when Bill Wamsgans made the only unassisted triple play in the history of a World Series. To hear him tell about it, he was standing around when that happened. He was in the 1932 World Series with the Yankees when Babe Ruth allegedly pointed against Charlie Root to the center field bleachers and hit the home run, although that's rather apocryphal, according to Joe McCarthy, who was managing the Yankees then after having managed the Cubs. See, I ask an announcer a question, and he gets way off in left field, but I'm coming back. Stanley Kovaleski, anyway, won 3 games for the Indians in that World Series. That's what I was trying to get at.
I wasn't going to accuse you of being there either.
No.
It has happened before. Harry Burkeen did it, of course.
Right.
But I'm just talking about people coming back with a 2 days arrest. And
that's done often in a series because you do it within, say, a week.
Right.
Sometimes you don't have a day off for traveling. Sometimes you do. Spec Shea's a rookie. Started the 7th game in 1947. He volunteered because of the Yankee pitching short, so he didn't last long. But still, he made a 3rd start.
And in 1965... Sandy Koufax pitched the last day of the season against Philadelphia in the 2nd game of a doubleheader. The Dodgers didn't want to use him, but they lost the 1st game. They were in a race with the Giants and with the Pirates down to the last day of the season. So they had to start Koufax in the 2nd game of the doubleheader. And then the 1st day of the World Series fell on a Jewish holiday, and Koufax is a very religious person, or was a very religious person, would not pitch on that Jewish holiday. And so they started Drysdale. Well, for those who are baseball fans, they know this anyway, so we should explain for the non-baseball fans. World Series falls with the regularity so that you can, with a day off of travel, pitch 1, 4, and 7. You can pitch those 3 games. And they came down to the 7th game, and Alston had a decision. Does he pitch a guy named Don Drysdale with 3 days rest, or Koufax with 2? And I was doing a show in Baltimore, Mel, and you know this writer who's rather a acerbic individual. And I asked him this question, and his name is Neil Eskridge, the writer. He's a good writer. And he said, well, he said about whether or not they're going to pitch Koufax, he said, the other guy doesn't exactly have a broken arm.
No, he doesn't.
So, but Alston did pitch Koufax with 2 days rest rather than Drysdale, and Koufax went on and beat Minnesota. And that is going to, you're going to love this tonight, because I was standing on the platform in Baltimore trying to get a train today. You obviously stood in a runway trying to get a plane out of Miami in the rain.
Right.
And I thought to myself, I haven't second-guessed all year. Fans second-guess all the time. It leads to arguments on the talk show. This time, tonight, I'm going to second-guess. I'm going to second-guess both managers, because I think they really need second-guessing. Now, we're going to get back with some of Mel's thoughts on the issues I'm going to bring up. Remember, the Yanks and Royals, it's the final game of the year for one team. One team is going home losing.
It's like a 1-game World Series.
Absolutely. And, boy, let me tell you something. There's much more pressure tonight than there will be in the World Series. Because if you lose this game, no one knows you were there. If you lose the World Series, you get paid very well, and you got that natural national spotlight. And believe me, it's much tougher to lose the championship series than lose the World Series. No one will know you're there. Anyway, it's 24 after 7. We'll be going to Kansas City at 8 o'clock, and Mel and I will be back right after this.
Voice recorder on. Oxygen masks on.
You're listening to the sound of one of the world's great air forces.
Hydraulic systems on and checked.
An air force with more planes at its disposal than Russia or even America.
Ground equipment clear.
An air force that flies more often and to more places than any airline in the world. It's Emory, the Air Force in air freight. At Emory, we have more than just a fleet of planes at our command. We have a fleet of airlines, where we reserve space on key flights of practically every airline carrying packages. And we use hundreds of offline commuter and charter planes, even planes of our own where airline service is weak. We also have thousands of people, thousands of trucks, and hundreds of offices waiting for us on the ground.
Control, this is TWA 463, ready for takeoff.
The next time you have a package to ship, don't just ship it with an air freight company or even a package-only airline. Ship it with an Air Force. Emory, the Air Force in air freight.
It's 25 minutes after 7. What am I going to second guess about? Well, you'll find out right after this word about carte blanche from Mel Allen.
Friends, the next time you have an appetite for fine French food, go directly to Villa Pierre at Glen Cove, Long Island, right here in the area of New York, and carte blanche it. Villa Pierre is one of many fine restaurants in New York where your carte blanche card will allow you to spoil, indulge, and treat yourself to the kind of food nobody can make at home. Dinner somehow always tastes a little better when you have it with style, you know. Not that you don't have it with style at home, but you know how it is when you go out, and you're more in style with your carte blanche card, because people know carte blanche denotes more than an average measure of distinction and taste. With the carte blanche card, you can travel with style, too. You can carte blanche your airline tickets, for example, carte blanche your rented car, carte blanche your hotel bill, and even carte blanche a vacation tour through Cartan Tours. Keep your card with you wherever you go, and carte blanche your way through over 250,000 doors all across the country, including Villa Pierre. Carte blanche it. You'll know you're going first class, and so will everyone else.
Okay. Now, anyway, I'm standing on this railroad station and waiting for the train to come. It's raining like crazy in Baltimore, as I guess it did just about everywhere else in the East. I thought about the game tonight, Bell, and I thought about the show that we're going to do, both shows we're going to do. It's kind of exciting. A final game, one game. And here are my second guesses. First, let me second guess Whitey Herzog, okay?
I got a story to tell you. I can almost read your mind.
I know.
See, I can look at you now, like you said.
Yeah.
When you were in New York, Baltimore, and I was in Florida, each of us getting ready to do football games, it's hard to talk to one another
Right.
or to anyone,
Right.
and like in conversation, without being able to see each other's faces. But I do have a story to tell you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm not going to go into the long traditions or histories of this, because everything in baseball is history and tradition. Also, not only do fans second guess, as they do on my show all the time, but players second guess their manager. I've never been associated with a manager or coach, including some of the best. Al Arbor in hockey, Gene Shue and Red Holzman, Kevin Lockery in basketball, Earl Weaver in baseball, Don Shula in football, without that guy being second guessed by his players behind his back. And, however, I think this is a first guess and not a second guess. The Kansas City Royals, Whitey Herzog, decided to pitch two left-handers in Yankee Stadium against the Yankees. One of them, Paul Splittorff, pitched great. The other one, Andy Haslett, pitched very, very good. But it isn't that they didn't pitch well. Mel, it's that Dennis Leonard didn't pitch till Game 3, so he can come back on one day's rest, and he is their number one best pitcher. And the only thing I can think of is Casey Stengel in 1960, and I talked about it Friday night. You remember it. He had it in his mind, because Ford had only pitched half a year, and he hadn't had his greatest year, not to pitch him till the third game in New York, even though Pittsburgh's Forbes Field was just as big as Yankee Stadium.
Oh, yeah.
And it cost him dearly, because he had Ford pitch 3 and 6 in the World Series. Your top pitcher pitches 1, 4, and 7. Your second pitcher 2 and 5. Your next pitcher 3 and 6. Well, Ford pitched shutouts in 3 and 6, and Stengel's line was, we won't win the 7th game unless there are 3 days of rain. Of course, they scored 9 runs, but lost it 10-9. And I really believe,
The year of Mazeroski.
That's right. Here is a blatant second guess, but I really thought at the time that I would have started Dennis Leonard Not that Splittorff didn't pitch well, and not that Hassler didn't pitch well. Gura did not pitch well. I don't know why he pitched him. But just so Leonard could pitch. If you pitch 1, you can pitch 5. Now, what are your thoughts on that? I'm going to get to Guidry in a moment.
Well, quite obviously, everybody's been writing, and most of us, you and I, in fact, talked about it. Everybody who was able to, particularly the first third of the season, threw left-handers against the Yankees because the Yankees' long ball power was all left-handed hitters. Jackson and Nettles, Chambliss, and of course, while not in the category of a long ball hitter, still a guy you want to keep off the bases, Mickey Rivers, a left-hand batter. They haven't been able to keep him off the bases too well up until now, but whatever happens tonight is, of course, a different night. But that was the reason most people would throw left-handers against the Yankees, to neutralize their power. And they have been a team somewhat like some of the old Yankee teams who went for the big innings this year instead of playing it like they did last year. Getting Rivers on, let us say, as an example, sacrificing him or moving him over, playing hit and run, stealing the bases, doing everything, for example, that Kansas City has been doing this year, utilizing their speed, making contact, and although I don't have my statistics with me for the year, yet the teams were fairly even in total strikeouts, and I was surprised when I happened to check on that since I saw you last. They're not too far off from one another in that department. Yet your long ball hitters do strike out more often than the fellows who are spray hitters or go for the doubles and triples, and this is something that Kansas City specialized in. But I think that's Whitey Herzog is a gambler. So is Billy Martin. And Whitey Herzog decided he'd go along with the left-handers who seemed to have done so well against New York, particularly over the first third of the season. It wasn't until after they got Johnson and then started putting Piniella in there that they started turning the figures around and began to win against left-handers rather consistently. But I'm sure that's what was in his mind. But I don't know why he hasn't pitched Colburn before now.
Well, honestly, I would have pitched Splittorff and Leonard in the stadium, but Leonard in Game 1, he's my best pitcher, and I certainly would have pitched Colburn. I want to just bring you up to mind a great line, again out of the 1960 series, I remember. And you, I know, were there. It was a spring training game in 1961, Yanks and Pirates, and I don't know if it was in Fort Myers or St. Petersburg. But as you remember, in the World Series, the Yankees started Ditmore twice, and he got clubbed. Pirates started Bob Friend twice. He got murdered. And that day, they both pitched in this exhibition game. After the game, not too well. And Pirates said, I don't know why they keep pitching Ditmore against us. He said, when are they going to learn? He said, then again, when are we going to learn not to pitch Friend against them? I thought of that because Nettles is second-guessing Herzog, saying, why do they keep pitching Gura against us, you know?
Well, last year, they knocked Gura out in a couple of ball games in the playoffs. He hasn't had success against them. They keep bringing up the fact he wants revenge against Martin because Martin didn't treat him right. A ball player is a professional. He's out to make a living, and this revenge bit, to me, I don't go for it particularly. Sure, there could be a little something that might make the adrenaline flow a little bit better, but a man has personal pride in performance.
Yeah.
And whether you like a guy, whether you don't like him, you go out and play golf with him. I remember Rizzuto played golf with Wynn one afternoon, which is typical. Let's say the next night, Phil comes up leading off, and Wynn's first pitch almost took his head off. Phil said, hey, what's the matter? Well, I can't say over there what Wynn yelled at him, but anyway, wound up, we're not playing golf now. The quick story I wanted to tell you, though, the fellow that did color with me on the game Saturday, Miami against Kansas, instead of paying attention, talking about, before we went on the air, getting things ready, you know how you do before you hit the air, especially in the football game, he happened to be a graduate of Kansas. And right next door to us at the Orange Bowl was the staff that broadcast University of Kansas football games out of Kansas City. And this is a a fellow's been broadcasting a few years, who was doing the color with me. He leans out. He knows all the people, from Kansas City. He said, "Gee, can you beat that? That Herzog, just because he played with the Yankees, started that Gura just because he wants to see the Yankees win." I thought I'd fall out of the booth. I thought the man was, kidding. Honestly, this is exactly what he said.
Yeah.
And the answer he got, of course, the fellow sort of agreed with him, but in the sense of second-guessing Herzog. They didn't go that far, as if to say Herzog deliberately did it so the Yankees could win. I looked at him. I said, you got to be kidding. He said, no. He said, what other reason could there be for him in starting Gura?
Well, I tell you what, if a guy really feels that, he has to be put away in a home.
That's right.
I mean, that's I'd say that's the height of irrational thinking of it.
I just didn't believe it. It was on my mind for about the whole first half. But
now let me second guess Billy Martin. First of all, let me get back. You mentioned the thing that's written up in newspapers, but that's a newspaper thing. It's written to fill all. We know this, Mel. Usually during the season, whether it's hockey, basketball, or baseball, not football, since that's once a week, but the other sports, one writer is assigned by the newspaper, and he writes a story of the game. It is a game story.
A running.
Right. Now,
running account.
During big games, big series, or in World Series or playoff, they then assign one or two other writers, and one covers the other team's clubhouse, the other writes gossip notes and quotes thing, and they have to fill up their columns. That's how these are the other stories, the feature stories. One guy does the game story, the other guy does the feature story, or two feature stories. And that's a feature story about Gura and Martin, and he played. Well, they've all been around. Everybody's played with everyone else. And if Gura, to win the fourth game of a best-of-5 championship series to propel his team into the playoffs, needed the revenge motive, then he's in a lot of trouble. He's got big problems. You go out to win, you go out to win. And by the way, if Gura was pitching for the WMCA No-Star softball team and was out on the mound, wouldn't he try to win? What do you mean he's going to go out there to look lousy? No one ever goes out to embarrass himself.
I always put it this way. Take the manager or the coach of a football team or any other sport. Take him alone. He is selfish enough, just as you and I want to make a living, or anyone listening in. He wants to win.
Right.
So he's going to throw what he thinks is the very best under the circumstances that might help him win. There are certain little refinements that do exist. Now, he might not have thrown Gura against another ball club that didn't have the same balance as the Yankees. But against the Yankees, he thought that was his thing. Anyway, he thought a left-hander would be the type pitcher to throw against him.
And I think it's a good second guess, and I have. Now, Billy Martin, I haven't second-guessed all year long, and the answer is not when you second-guess a manager or a coach. The answer isn't that they somehow don't either know this or don't want to win as much as you do. The answer lies in simply what they perceive to be the right strategy. I think there's a question I have to ask Mel, which I will, and depending on your answer, we'll find out how good a second guess mine is. But mine is really a first guess. If those who listen to my show avidly will remember that I raised this before the playoff series began. By the way, Pablo Guzman is here tonight. We interrupted his program, and he had a question on Mel. He wanted us to answer about who holds the record for home runs. Some guy called him, said my friend wasn't sure if it was the Reds or the Giants.
You mean team homers?
Team home run. Giants and Reggie did 221, and in what had to be your most fun year, I would think it was your most fun year. Maybe 49 was the most fun year, but 1961 had to be maybe your most fun year, was it?
You mean the M&M boys?
Yeah, was it? Was that the great year?
Dial M. Remember the play on Broadway, right. Dial M for murder?
Right.
It was a perfect thing for an announcer to grab to use, as became a cliche. Dial M for murder, Mantle and Maris. It wasn't the greatest fun. Of course, I don't want to get into that now because we have other things to talk about. I think 49 had to be because the Yankees were one game behind. Well, in a sense, it's relevant because here they were one game. They were one game behind Kansas City
with 2 to play.
With 2 to play, and that was the situation in 1949 for the pennant. Only they were at home and against the Red Sox, behind 2 games, 2 to go. They were behind 4-0 on Saturday, which was Joe DiMaggio Day, I remember. And a little sidebar. His mother was here. He'd lost his father. She was wearing black. Playing the Red Sox, Joe McCarthy managing the Red Sox. Dom was in the dugout. I was emceeing at home plate. This was not in the script guidelines, so I got an idea, and I said, well, if I get fired for this, I'll just get fired for it. It just seemed like such a natural. Here was Joe out at home plate, the committee and all that. They were going to give his mother flowers, and I just decided what a perfect setup. And I called Joe McCarthy out to home plate. Mm-hmm. I called Dom DiMaggio out to home plate. They weren't aware of it, and I wasn't either. All of a sudden, you know how you wing something, ad-lib it. I just wanted to make a beautiful picture, a historic picture, actually, and it was, as it turned out. Sometimes we do something's right. They were standing there. Joe had played under McCarthy. Here was Dom DiMaggio, his brother, who had robbed him of many a base hit. They'd fought one another on the field of play. And I called his mother out. I had one of the attendants bring her out to home plate. And Joe always tells this story even to the day. She came up to home plate, accompanied by the attendant, and then she pulled away from him as she approached home plate and walked right by Joe, whose day it was, and walked over and kissed Dominic. Because she'd already seen Joe, you see, but Joe loves to tell the story. He said, here it is, my day. Yankee Stadium filled. She walks right by me and hugs Dom. But anyway, the game starts, and the Yankees fall behind 4-0. They battled back, tied the score at 4-all. Lindell hits a homer in the 8th inning. The Yankees win it 5-4. They go into Sunday. And, of course, they win the ball game 5-3. Rizzuto got a triple in the first inning. Henrik got him home with a ground ball, and that was the only run. Ellis Kinder pitching against Vic Rash until the last of the 8th inning. The Yankees got 4, and the Red Sox got 3 in the 9th. But it was a team that just refused to give up. And you and I did talk about this. While the Yankees are thin in pitching, we said, are they going to come back and at least go to the 5th game? And if you remember, we said, well, they're a team that does have tradition behind them, though most of them weren't part of that tradition I speak of, yet by being on the team, they naturally are exposed to it and have had it drilled into them by Billy Martin and George Steinbrenner. And I knew that they wouldn't quit, and they would try as hard as they could. But here we are on the last day of the regular season, because the playoff is part of that, and so it's a similar situation. But do you remember what happened in 1948, just the year before, talking about second-guessing, when the Red Sox tied Cleveland on the last day after knocking the Yankees out of the pennant on Saturday, and they had the only playoff in the history of the American League on Monday. And Lou Boudreau starts a left-hander at Fenway Park. Do you remember whom the Red Sox started? I can't. I remember the background. It starts with a G.
Denny Galehouse.
Denny Galehouse. And everybody in the world jumped on Joe McCarthy.
By the way, in case people are wondering, my Nana told me about that.
Yeah.
I mean, yes.
Denny Galehouse is an old right-hander, but it worked for Connie Mack with Howard Emke going back when my nanny told me about that one. But that was against the Cubs, I think, in 1929.
Well, actually, Bearden really was probably a great. You know, these stories are remembered by baseball fans,
right?
And that's why they are recited by rote. People say to me,
and we're not talking about Kyle Rote.
Right.
I'll walk out of the studio now. I'll walk out now.
How do you know that? What a memory. It isn't that at all. Any great baseball fan, someone who loves baseball, could recite those things, because Bearden was a rookie and was a left-hander.
And with the Yankees.
Yes, way back, yeah. And when Boudreau made that announcement in the Cleveland clubhouse, the story goes that he said, if any of you people want to argue with me, looking to his older players, because he had a lot of older players. He was like the same age as his players, Keltner and Gordon and such. He said, argue with me. Does anyone think it's wrong to start Bearden, left-hander in Fenway Park? And they said, hey, you've got us into the playoff after 154 games. We'll stick with you. Well, Boudreaux also hit 2 home runs to help win.
Right.
Now,
and one of them was in the very first inning.
Yeah. Well, it goes along with pitching. Again, that was 49. You're talking about 48. Nothing has changed. That's why baseball is so great. Here it is, 77. It's just the names have changed. The same arguments, the same fights, the same jealousies, the same problems. They're getting paid a lot more money, but the same complaining, the same second-guessing behind the manager's back, and it will always go on. And by the way, you talk about 49. Joe McCarthy had managed the Yankees, and it got acrimonious at the very end. You had returned from the service and were announcing again. I don't know if you were there then. Were you there when it got very bitter at the very end?
46.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now when he came back a couple
Larry
years...
McPhail, he...
Yeah. But when he came back a couple of years later in 49, you think he wanted to beat the Yankees?
Of course he did.
Of course he did. So it hasn't changed. Anyway, my second guess of Martin and what has to do with tonight's coming up right after this.
Have you ever gone to the airport to get your package on a plane?
Taxi! The airport, please.
I don't know what it is about this cab, but it just refuses to go to the airport at rush hour. Probably afraid of planes.
Taxi!
When you finally get there, you're almost sorry you did.
Could either of you gentlemen tell me where the World International Counter is?
Sure, it's right over that way.
No, Charlie, it's over that way.
And when you get to where you're going, you have to be lucky to get your package to where it's going.
Hi, I'd like to get this package on your next plane to Fargo, North Dakota, please. And why are you shaking your head?
See that plane taking off?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That was our next plane to Fargo, North Dakota.
There's an easier way. Call Emery. We'll pick your package up and rush it to the airport. And instead of your package waiting for a plane, chances are you'll find a plane waiting for your package. You'll also find that Emery goes to more places both here and abroad than any other air freight company.
Hello, Emery? Help.
Emery, the Air Force in air freight.
15 minutes before 8, and we'll get back right after this word for carte blanche from Mel Allen.
By the way, friends, next time you have an appetite for anything in the eating line and flying around and about, sometimes you don't always eat on schedule, and so John and I both have been traveling, and we haven't had our dinner, and I'm sure you're not concerned about that. I hope you enjoyed yours. We'll have ours in a little while, but next time you have an appetite for fine Southern food, go directly to Horn of Plenty at 91 Charles Street in New York and carte blanche it. Horn of Plenty is one of many fine restaurants in New York where your carte blanche card will allow you to spoil, indulge, and treat yourself to the kind of food nobody can make at home. Oh, I know some of you say, I can cook better at home than some of these restaurants. Probably certain dishes, as they say, is nothing like home cooking, but it's nice to get out once in a while, especially to a very nice place like Horn of Plenty. Dinner somehow always tastes a little bit better when you eat out every now and then, and especially when you have it with style with your carte blanche card, because people know carte blanche denotes more than an average measure of distinction and taste. With a carte blanche card, you can travel with style, too. You can carte blanche your airline ticket, your rented car, your hotel bill, and even carte blanche a vacation tour through Cartan Tours. So keep your card with you wherever you go, and carte blanche your way through over 250,000 doors across the country, including Horn of Plenty. That good old Southern cooking. Carte blanche it. You'll know you're going first class, and so will everyone else.
Now, before the playoff series began, and Martin announced that Gullett and Guidry would be his first two pitchers in that order, Mel. We talked about it on the show, the talk show, with some of the callers, and I made this point, and so that's why I don't think it's really a second guess. I think this really is a first guess. I said the only reason that you should start Gullett is that you want him to pitch two games, Game 1 and Game 5, because the Game 1 pitcher in a 3 out of 5 series with no day off is the only pitcher who's able to come back with his normal allotment of rest. And Gullett has had arm trouble every year he's been in the big league since 1970 with the Reds, when he broke in as an 18-year-old, and he's had serious arm trouble during the year. And Guidry, I felt, was the number one pitcher, although Gullett had been down the stretch and was pitching great in September, which probably influenced Martin more than anything else. Pitch your best pitcher, Gullett, let him get you out to a 1-0 lead, then come back with Guidry. But I have to admit I'll second guess because I think Guidry was the number one pitcher during the year, and I don't know if Gullett could have come back even with 3 days rest. Such were the problems that he had with his arm. And anyway, it's gotten to the point now where Guidry pitched as well as he did. And by the way, I think there's more pressure on Game 2 pitcher if you don't win Game 1.
Sure there is.
Now, if you want to talk pressure, this is the season in one game, and you pitch Guidry. And I think that's a worthwhile second guess. What I'm saying is that they should have started Guidry in the first game so they'd have him rested for Game 5.
Well, after you had said that, I thought about that for a little while. As a matter of fact, on my way home, and by the time, long before I'd gotten home, I certainly came around to your way of thinking. Guidry had been physically sound all year, and Gullett had not. And as you just pointed out, he's had a history of getting hurt. And we never know how deeply a fellow may be injured, the extent of his injury or his ailment. All of a sudden, we thought that Hunter was going to be completely out of the picture, but here he is suddenly warming up a little bit. And then we got another report on what the trouble with him actually was. It was a different report than the original one. So, you know what managers and coaches do. They sometimes try to either play down or play up an injury to get the psychological edge on somebody else. And they don't, even being with a ball club, you sometimes would be given a sort of a wrong answer in a matter of degree. But didn't Gullett start for Cincinnati in 75? I believe he started second game, didn't he? First or second game, but I could check that in a hurry. But in any case, I agree with you. Pitcher, soundest pitcher first, in case you have to keep coming back with him. And certainly, when you add to the physical soundness, the fact that he has become your best pitcher.
Okay, that's really what I'm saying. Really what I'm saying is Herzog should have started with Leonard in Game 1 so he could have pitched him twice, and the same goes for Billy Martin and Ron Guidry. And by the way, here's another thing to contemplate, if you will. A lot has been made in the newspapers that New York has lost Tom Seaver and Joe Namath and Julius Erving and now Walt Frazier. But, the names remain the same, but the abilities change, Mel. And at the beginning of this year, if I had said to you, or anyone else, any baseball fan, you, Bob Fischel, Marty Appel, anyone we know, okay, Joe Reichler, anyone we know, okay, it's 6 months from now, it's Game 5 in Kansas City, who's going to be your pitcher? Someone has said Hunter, Holtzman, Doc Ellis, Figueroa, Don Gullett, and then after the deal was made, Mike Torres. And the pitcher is Ron Guidry. A couple of years ago, Catfish Hunter signed that contract, and he was interviewed by everyone in the world. I mean, there wasn't anyone who didn't interview him, including network news commentators and network news anchormen, okay?
Right.
And he was the Catfish, and now he's another guy. I mean, and that's how people are in life. People don't recognize just another guy shagging flies, playing pepper, shagging flies during batting practice. And Ron Guidry, people would have known Ron Guidry from that wall over there, and he is the
except his parents and relatives,
and he is close friends. And he is the last game pitcher, and that's some honor. That is an unbelievable honor. One thing we said Friday worked. We said that there's the terrible cliche, there's no tomorrow. You've got to bring all your people in. Tidrow will come in early. Lyle will come in early. And Billy Martin did that. And Lyle came through with I did not see the game. I won't lie about it. I was doing a football game. But he had to pitch a fabulous game.
He did. My game happened to be Saturday night, so I watched the game. He pitched one of his, that was one of his strongest efforts. He went over 5 innings, I think 5 2/3 innings. And his control was excellent. And, of course, his big pitch is that slider. It's one of those situations you can know what's coming, whether it be baseball or football, whatever. So long as you execute your play perfectly, there's nothing much the other team can do about it. And he was throwing his pitches where he wanted. Great location. The ball was snapping off. And when he'd throw his fastball, had that little extra on it. and everything was just great. But you've seen Lyle here and there. Any great pitcher have a day when nothing works. The ball flattens out. It doesn't move. And this is the chance you take.
Sure, and a lot of people going into tonight's game who worry about the Yankees. I don't know who's going to win, and there isn't anyone in the world who knows who's going to win, including people like Billy Martin and Whitey Herzog. They hope for the best. Guidry may go out and pitch fabulously. He may not. The same is true of Splittorff. But one thing, though, that I kind of laugh a little about, because there hasn't been this kind of a game in the series. There hasn't been a 10-9 game where 8 pitchers are used. A lot of people say, well, but Kansas City will have in the bullpen and ready to go Jim Colborn, Marty Patton, Steve Manguri, Mark Littell, Doug Bird. Well, they've fortified their chances with all those pitchers, but it won't help them because this series has proved that if your starting pitcher doesn't do it, doesn't matter who you bring in. Yesterday was a good example. Marty Patton pitched well, but the game was already gone by the time Gura came in, and the same goes for Lyle the other night. The game was out of Torres' hands by the time that Lyle came in, etc. Well, we'll get some final thoughts on this when we return to our...
Just before you do that, I remember Gullett started the first game last year. Here I'm trying to think of 2 years ago.
Yeah.
He started the opener last year and the second game year before last. Go ahead. I just want to get it straight.
Yeah, but he's never come back. And remember in the series a couple of years ago when they had all the rain and Anderson kept saying, well, I don't think I'll bring him back. I don't want to hurt his career. And what he was really saying was that he doesn't have the kind of arm that comes back, that responds. And does Guidry? No one knows because he's never pitched with 2 days rest before. In fact, most of the time he's pitched with 4 days rest. But he only has to pitch well for 5 innings or so, and you know that Lyle and Tidjoe and Torres will come in. So the Yankees have 4 pretty good pitchers tonight. And Kansas City has 6-7 good pitchers, but if Splittorff doesn't do the job, even a 3-1 lead could be enough for the Yanks to have and to win this game, and of course the winner goes to the World Series. We'll get
in case
back.
Anybody comes out of outer space, John, Gullett opened last year for Cincinnati against New York.
We'll get back with more right after this.
Herman, go to sleep. It's late.
I can't.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Your factory in Fresno should have just received that package you sent. That package that was holding up a production line of who knows how many people, costing you who knows how much money. So you can't sleep.
I wonder if they got it.
Got what, Herman? Who are you talking to at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Nothing. Forget it.
And when you try to count sheep, you wind up counting dollars and cents instead.
Maybe I should call them.
Maybe you should call them, Herman, but call them in the other room.
So you decide to call your air freight company just for a little assurance. But nobody's home. Maybe you got the wrong number, or maybe what's worse, you got the wrong air freight company. Because at Emery Air Freight, no matter what hour of the day or night you call us, we'll not only answer the phone, we'll answer your questions. So the next time you want an air freight company that's in when you call us in the first place. Emery, the Air Force in air freight.
This is Dave Kingman. It's a great feeling to be a winner. That's why, when I need a car to depend on, there's only one place to go for it. Jim Smith Chevrolet in Spring Valley. At Jim Smith Chevrolet, they treat everyone like a winner every time. And you'll feel like a winner when you see the complete selection of fabulous new 78 Chevys and used cars and trucks, including hard-to-get models you thought no one carried. If you're like me, your time is valuable. With 52 service bays and 18 factory-trained mechanics at your disposal, you'll get immediate attention and service for your car. They even have their own paint and body shop and over $175,000 worth of parts in stock. If you live anywhere within an hour or so of South Route 45 in Spring Valley, Jim Smith Chevrolet should be your dealer. Just stop in and tell them Dave Kingman sent you. You'll get the finest care and attention. And if you're a licensed driver, you'll even get an autographed baseball, one per family, while they last. You're really a winner with Jim Smith Chevrolet.
The next time you have an appetite for fine Italian food, go directly to Valari at 147 West 4th Street in New York and carte blanche it. Valari is one of the many fine restaurants in New York where your carte blanche card will allow you to spoil, indulge, and treat yourself to the kind of food that nobody can make at home. Dinner always tastes a little bit better when you have it with style with your carte blanche card, because people know that carte blanche denotes more than an average measure of distinction and taste. With the carte blanche card, you can travel with style, too. You can carte blanche your airline tickets and carte blanche blanche your rented car, carte blanche your hotel bill, even carte blanche a vacation tour through Cartan Tours. Keep your card with you wherever you go and carte blanche your way through over 250,000 doors across the country, including Volare. Carte blanche. You'll know you're going first class, and so will everyone else. Well, Mel Allen, will they be champions when we get back on the air, or will there be more bitter problems in a very, very unpleasant finish to a weird season?
I just hope that the guys get out there and play baseball, don't fight, and they both have covered themselves with enough glory.
Well, we'll see you right after the game when we find out whether the Yanks are going on to the World Series or to divorce court. And we'll see you then.
The Mel Allen John Sterling pregame show is brought to you by Carte Blanche. Since no credit card is accepted everywhere, you should have Carte Blanche, the credit card you need no matter what other credit card you have. And by Emory, the Air Force and Air Freight.
Start thinking straight. Start thinking White Castle straight. White Castle burgers are so straight, we even make them square. A different burger with a different taste. Day and night, everywhere. Start thinking straight.
The Yankee pregame show is brought to you by Quasar Quality TV, the best way to watch the World Series, and by Spaten Beer, importers of Spaten Oktoberfest beer, and by New York, New Jersey Pontiac dealers. Here's one in your area.
Good evening, everybody. This is Frank Musser on the New York Yankee pregame show just before the final game of the 1977 American League Championship Series. As you know, the series tied up 2 wins apiece. The winner tonight goes on to play the Los Angeles Dodgers in the World Series. The loser tonight will, of course, have to start thinking about next year. What about the first 4 games of the series? What about tonight's ball game? I'm going to put those questions to Yankee outfielder Paul Blair when I come back in just 1 minute.
Quasar scores again with 2 sensational World Series specials. Now you can see the series in brilliant Quasar color and save over $100 from the manufacturer's recommended retail price on a giant screen works in a draw Quasar color console TV. Big 25-inch diagonal picture, 100% solid-state service Miser chassis for outstanding reliability, super Instamatic color tuning, Matrix Plus picture tube, and many other advanced Quasar features. It's specially priced to let you watch the series from the best seat in the house, only $488.88 at your participating Quasar dealer. Save over $50 from manufacturer's suggested retail price on a Quasar 12-inch diagonal portable color TV, now at the spectacular low price of $258.88 at your Quasar dealer. Only $258.88 for a quality Quasar portable with 100% solid-state servo Miser chassis and line matrix picture tube and automatic fine-tuning. And it uses less energy than a 75-watt light bulb. 2 great World Series specials. They're at your Quasar dealers. See them now at 2 Guys All Stores and Newmark and Lewis All Stores.
My guest tonight on the New York Yankee pregame show is a man who has appeared now in 6 championship series, 4 World Series, Yankee outfielder Paul Blair. And Paul, before we go any further, I make note of the fact that you are starting tonight out in right field.
Yes, I am, Frank. It's a surprise to me, and, I just hope I can do the job tonight and help us win a ball game.
Well, Paul Blair, let's talk about the first 4 games of this series. They've alternated. Kansas City won, then the Yankees, then Kansas City, then the Yankees. So far in the 2 years of playoffs between the Yankees and Kansas City Royals, no team has won 2 games in a row.
Well, that's something I never even paid any attention to. But so far this series, it seems to me like we have won the games that we had to win. We had to win that second game in New York, and we had to win yesterday. And, I like to think that here again we have to win, and I think we're going to go out and do the job because everybody knows what's at stake. There's no more tomorrow, so I think everybody's ready, and I hope we can put together a real consistent ball game today and win this thing and go into the World Series.
Paul Blair, what about the first 4 games? Any pivotal plays in the games the Yankees have won? Anything that's, any 1 or 2 things that have happened to sort of turn this club around?
Well, I would like to think that the incident with Hal McRae and Willie Randolph kind of lit a fire in us, and I noticed after he did that to Willie. The team got a little more inspiration. They got a little bitter about, the cheap shot that he did take. I don't mind good, hard, aggressive playing, but that was a cheap shot because, he threw a body block at Willie, and, you can slide hard without trying to hurt somebody as, McRae did. But I think that lit a fire in us, and, now we're back here and we want to win just to show them that we are the better ball club.
My guest on the Yankee pregame show tonight is outfielder Paul Blair, starting tonight in right field in place of Reggie Jackson, and I'll be back with Paul in just 2 minutes.
Say, you imported beer drinkers, if you tried Spaten beer and liked it, we've still got another great taste experience for you. Every year during the last week in September, the Lord Mayor of Munich, Germany, walks over to a certain keg of beer and taps it. When he drinks the first glass, that's the signal Munich's famous Oktoberfest has begun. Know what that first keg of beer tapped is? Spaten Oktoberfest beer. That's right. It's specially brewed in March, so it can age properly and be ready for the wonderful fall festival held in the city so famous for beer. Spaten Oktoberfest. What a celebration in great beer taste. Spaten, the original Oktoberfest beer, is between light and dark in color with a delightful aroma of malt and hops. And this crisp brown brew has a taste so right for the autumn season. Spaten, quality you can trust since 1397. Spaten, probably the world's most expensive beer to brew. Spaten Oktoberfest, imported for your pleasure every fall by Sieb Distributors, Brooklyn, New York. It's that time of year again. Time to see and compare all the new 78 cars. And Pontiac is ready with the finest lineup in their history. No wonder they're calling 78 their best year yet. Your Pontiac dealer has a real winner in every size, from the sporty subcompact Sunbird all the way up to the super luxurious Bonneville. The biggest news is the new mid-size Pontiacs, Grand Prix and Le Mans. Both these longtime superstars have been completely redesigned for today's driving. They're trimmer than last year, but there's more headroom, legroom, and usable trunk space. And for sheer looks, inside and out, Grand Prix and Le Mans live up to their legendary reputations. So stop in at your Pontiac dealer and let him show you the newest looks on the road. It's his best year yet, and he wants to deal. Remember, if you haven't talked to your Pontiac dealer, you haven't shopped for a car.
Paul Blair, it would seem to me that the Yankee right-hand hitters have been carrying the ball club in the games they have won. Thurman, Munson with some key RBIs. And from the lower part of the batting order, Bucky Nat and Willie Randolph, not to leave out Cliff Johnson and Lou Piniella.
Well, this is the thing, because they've thrown, this will be the fourth left-hander in this whole series, and if the right-handed hitters didn't come through, we would have been in a lot of trouble, because it is a little tougher for a left-handed hitter, right-hand pitcher, even though Chris and Nettles, they did it all year. But, in a situation like this, I'm sure that they're trying just as hard, and maybe as hard as anybody else. Even Nettles has came through with a couple of key base hits to help us win ball games. But right now, if the right-handers didn't come through, we were going to be in a lot of trouble, but we still need those left-handed bats. We need that power. And right now, if Mickey, when he gets on, I think the club really goes. And both games that we won, he's been a pivotal part of it. And as long as he does his job and the rest of us can, chip in a little bit here and there, I think we can beat this ball club.
All right, Paul Blair, what about the pitching tonight? Paul Splittorff, a left-hander, making his second start of the series against the Yankees. He won the first game, and he's sort of been a jinx pitcher against the Yankees. Well,
that's been true too, but here again, I think we might can overcome this today because we're going to put a couple more right-handers in there. So far in my career, I've hit Splittorff pretty well. Not saying that I'll hit him tonight, but I will be swinging at him. And I just hope to think if we don't make mistakes, I think we can beat this ball club. If we can play good, sound defense, I think we'll beat them easy, because so far, the two games that they won, we made little mental mistakes and a couple of errors that threw us right out of the ball game. And if we don't do that, I think we'll beat them.
All right, let's look at the Yankee pitcher. Ron Guidry is coming back after 2 days rest, pitching an excellent ball game to win game number 2 of this series.
Well, I think Giddy, even though it's just 2 days rest, he's going to be pumped up. It's time for him. You hate to say he's going out for personal glory, but I don't think this is the thing. I think that he knows the job that he has to do, and he's got so much confidence in himself now. I think this year has really proven and made Ron Guidry an established pitcher on this ball club, and he feels that he can win, and he's confident he can win, and I think he's going to do the job regardless of the 2 days rest.
I think that emotions may run a little bit higher with a youngster like Guidry out there on the mound. He's 27 years old, but you almost think of him as a rookie. He is not, but this is the first big year he's had. How much will emotions play in the ball game tonight?
Well, if it doesn't get carried too far, I think emotion is going to be, a big factor in this. So whoever's going to want it the most, and I think right now this ball club really wants it the most. I'm sure Guidry wants it because, it would really establish itself as a clutch pitcher. And this is what everybody wants to feel, that, they can do the job in the clutch. And Guidry is going to be out there, and I'm sure he's going to be pumped up, and I'm sure everybody else on the ball club is going to be pumped up. And I do believe we're going to give him a good game. I certainly hope we run him out of the ballpark and don't give him any kind of shot. But it'll probably be a tight game, but I think we're going to win it.
And if everybody on the ball club feels the way Paul Blair does, I'm sure the Yankees will win it. For appearing as a guest on our pregame show, Paul, you'll receive Son of a Gun, Clairol's new 1,200-watt Pro-Type lightweight hair dryer. Fast, powerful, your hair will look terrific. Son of a Gun by Clairol. Paul Blair, best of luck tonight.
Thanks a lot, Frank.
I'm Frank Messer, and now stay tuned for New York Yankee baseball.
The New York Yankee pregame show is brought to you by Quasar Quality TV, the best way to watch the World Series, and by Spaten Beer, importers of Spaten Oktoberfest beer, and by New York, New Jersey Pontiac dealers. Here's one in your area.
There is a law on the books in Nassau County. It requires perishable items on supermarket shelves be clearly marked with an expiration date, beyond which that item cannot be sold. It is the law, and violators are subject to stiff fines. The man who made that law a reality is Hempstead Town Supervisor Al D'Amato. The computer price code in supermarkets was confusing and misleading, so D'Amato sponsored legislation which requires a legible price on each item. Consumers have a right to know what the price is. That's why Supervisor D'Amato wrote that law. D'Amato, along with Councilman Gene Weisbein, Jim Bennett, and Marty Bernstein, are working together for consumers and the residents of Hempstead Town. Vote to make Al D'Amato presiding supervisor. Then vote the entire D'Amato-Bennett team on Election Day. You'll find them on Row B, working hard for the consumer. Just one reason why you should vote to make Al D'Amato presiding supervisor.
Paid for by the Town of Hempstead Republican Committee.
WMCA. Strauss Communications in New York.
Being brought to you by the Taste of Champions Rheingold Extra Dry Beer and by Champion Spark Plugs. Champion reminds you that the fresher your plugs, the better your mileage. Pharmacraft, makers of Cruex and Desonex. By Yoo-Hoo, America's #1 chocolate drink. Household Finance Corporation, where people use their money to get the most out of life. Rickle Home Centers for lumber, building materials, paint, and hardware. Geno's in New Jersey for 100% sirloiners and Kentucky Fried Chicken. AC Delco Auto Parts. Getty Gasoline, the oil company that gives you more for your dollar. From Kansas City, here is New York Yankee baseball. Tonight, the final game of the 1977 American League Championship Series. The New York Yankees facing the Kansas City Royals with the series all evened up 2-2. Good evening, everybody. This is Frank Messer, along with Phil Rizzuto and Bill White at Royal Stadium in Kansas City. As we look down on this beautiful playing field, Yankee manager Billy Martin and Royals manager Whitey Herzog are at home plate with the umpires exchanging lineup cards. Ron Guidry will be on the mound tonight for the New York Yankees, and left-hander Paul Splittorff will be on the mound for the Kansas City Royals. Both managers have made drastic changes in their lineups for tonight's deciding ball game. And I'll be back with the lineups and all the play-by-play from Kansas City in just 2 minutes.
Come on into HFC. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in to HFC.
If all you need is money to pay off your monthly bills, come on into HFC. With an HFC bill payer loan, you could consolidate your bills and maybe make one payment every month that could be less than the total you're paying now.
Come on in. Come on in. Come on in to HFC.
HFC, an equal opportunity lender.
So come on in. Come on in. Come on in to HFC.
household finance. People use our money to get the most out of life.
Come on in to HFC.
Say, Bill, do you realize you've been systematically eating your way through that Butterfinger fun-sized bag, one right after another?
Sure, that's the Bill White system. Everybody knows I'm crazy about Butterfingers, all those crispy layers of peanut butter, crunchy candy, chocolatey coating.
I'm sorry, Bill, but everybody also knows that a Butterfinger's so good you've got to earn it. So how are you going to earn your Butterfinger?
Gee, I don't know.
Well, there's one thing you can do.
What's that?
Give me some. That's the Phil Rizzuto system.
Rickle helps you do it better with Rickle.
Rickle has it all, quality, value, and selection in every department. Come in and check out the hardware, plumbing, power tools, paint, linens, draperies, housewares, carpets, building materials. You'll save on energy savers, installation, caulking, storms, screens, and more. Rickles helps you do it better because they have it all.
Rickle helps you do it better with Rickle.
The Kansas City Royals have taken the field. The New York Yankee batting order. Mickey Rivers will lead off and play center field. Willie Randolph will be at second base and bat second. Thurman Munson catches and hits third. Lou Piniella will be the cleanup hitter and play left field. Cliff Johnson, the designated hitter, will bat fifth. Greg Nettles will be at third base and bat sixth. Chris Chambliss at first base batting seventh. In right field and batting eighth, Paul Blair. And at shortstop batting ninth, Bucky Dent. Pitching for the Yankees, Ron Guidry, 1-0 in the championship series, 16-7 on the regular season. For the Kansas City Royals, Fred Pontek will be in the leadoff spot at shortstop. Hal McRae will play left field and bat second. George Brett at third base hitting third. Al Collins is the cleanup hitter playing right field. Batting fifth and playing center field, Amos Otis. John Wathan will be at first base and bat sixth. The designated hitter batting seventh, Cookie Rojas. Batting eighth and catching, Darrell Porter. And at second base, batting ninth, Frank White. The Royals have only two left-hand hitters in the lineup, George Brett at third base and Darrell Porter the catcher. The surprises, of course, Paul Blair in right field in place of Reggie Jackson, who will not start tonight's ball game. And for the Royals, the big surprise, the designated hitter, the veteran Cookie Rojas, who may be playing his last game as a baseball player. Mickey Rivers is set to lead off against Paul Splittorff. Splittorff on the year won 16 and lost 6. Tall left-hander into the windup, and here we go. The first pitch of the ball game is bounced foul past third base coach Dick Hauser. No balls and a strike on Mickey Rivers as he tried to slap the ball past the third baseman George Brett and slapped it foul. Pontek and White at short and second play him straight up the middle. The outfield is spread out shallow and left. The wind, the kick, the pitch. He bunts at it and misses as Rivers strike two. Mickey tried the running bunt, did not make contact. No balls and 2 strikes. The left fielder for the Royals is Hal McRae, the center fielder Amos Otis, and the right fielder Al Collins. John Wathan replacing John Mayberry as the first baseman. Darrell Porter gives Splittorff the sign. The left-hander rocks over the slab, kicks and deals. Rivers takes high and tight. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rivers in the playoffs has 7 hits at 18 at-bats. 1 run batted in. Left-hand hitter moves up toward the front part of the batter's box. The windup by Splittorff, the 1-2 pitch. He swings and misses strike 3. Splittorff blew one by him, and there's 1 away. And now Willie Randolph, the Yankees' second baseman. Randolph, a right-hand hitter, 4 for 15 in the series with 1 run batted in.
Willie Randolph, second base.
Willie straight away in the batter's box, and Splittorff's first pitch to him. Breaking ball misses. Again, Pontek and White are straight up the middle. The outfield is spread with the left fielder McRae shaded a couple of steps more towards center than he was for Mickey Rivers. Brett is backed off at third. The pitch coming, taken for a strike over the inside corner, 1-1. Thurman Munson is the on-deck hitter. And this is it. This game winds up the regular season of 1977. From here, it's either next year or the World Series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. 1-1 delivery. Foul backing out of play on the right side into the crowd. And talk about a crowd. This appears to be the largest crowd of the 3 games out here in Kansas City. Not a vacant seat anywhere in this ballpark. It's been a beautiful day in KC. The night is no different. 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball a bit low. Porter thought that might have been a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Willie Randolph. Splittorff rocks back. 2-2 delivery. Bouncing ball towards short. Potak has it. The throw to first base in time. Randolph is out, 2 down. And now Yankee catcher and captain Thurman Munson. Munson has had a good playoff series. 5 hits in 16 trips and 4 runs batted in. One of Munson's 5 hits, a 2-run homer, accounting for the Yankees' only runs in the opening game of the championship series. Well, the pattern held last year and so far this year. Neither of these teams has ever won 2 games in a row in the championship series. The Yankees will have to break that pattern tonight if they want to win the pennant. Thurman Munson on the season batted .308, drove in 100 runs. The pitch swung on and fouled over toward the Yankee dugout, off the hand of Billy Martin on the top steps. He knocks it down, picks it up, tosses it over the dugout roof to a youngster. No balls and a strike on Thurman Munson. Lou Piniella is on deck. The umpires tonight, Nick Bremigan calling balls and strikes, Bill Deegan at first base, Jerry Neudecker at second, Marty Springstead at third. The 0-1 pitch to Munson. Hit on the ground to deep short. Potak backhands it. Long throw to first base. And he's out at first base. An excellent play by Potak. A good, strong throw by the 5'4" shortstop. And the Yankees are retired in order. At the end of 1/2 inning, the Yankees nothing, and the Royals are coming to bat.
Isn't it time you knew Yoo-hoo chocolate drink? Do yourself a favor and join the super flavor of America's favorite chocolate drink. It's got real goodness, protein goodness, and cool, refreshing taste. It's the chocolate charge up that's non-carbonated. Doesn't even have to be refrigerated. So isn't it time you knew Yoo-hoo chocolate drink? It's so delicious, Yoo-hoo chocolate drink.
When a chocolate soft drink is #1 in the USA, it's got to have something going for it. Yoo-hoo does. Great taste, rich and creamy, really refreshing. And Yoo-hoo chocolate drink contains high-quality protein made from 99% fat-free milk. Isn't it time you knew Yoo-hoo, America's favorite chocolate drink? It's Yogi Berra's favorite, too. Yoo-hoo chocolate drink, the action drink for action people. Yoo-hoo is another fine product of Iroquois Brands.
Rickle helps you do it better with Rickle.
Rickle has it all the wall coverings, hardware, plumbing and paint, all the linens and carpeting, all the power tools, building materials and accessories you need to do it yourself. All the energy savers, too, to lower your home fuel bills. Come into Rickle for quality, value, and selection. They have it all.
Rickle helps you do it better with Rickle.
And now we go to the bottom half of the first inning, and the question, how well will Ron Guidry pitch in this ball game with 2 days rest from his last start? Ronnie is making his second start of the ALCS. He started the second game in New York and beat Andy Hassler 6-2. Guidry won 9 innings in the ball game, gave up only 3 hits, a double to Potak, singles to George Brett and Frank White. He walked 3 men and he struck out 7. Over the course of the season, Guidry won 16 and lost 7 with an earned run average of 2.82. Fred Potak leads off, the Royals' leading hitter in championship play, and he hits the first pitch on the ground as short. Bucky Nett is up with it. Throws on to first base, and Potak is out, 1 away. And that is what Guidry needs in this ball game. A lot of first ball hitting by the Royals to save the arm, get as much out of it as possible. Hal McRae, the batter, the left fielder for the Royals, a right-hand hitter, as was Potak. McRae is 5 for 14 with 2 runs batted in the series. Guidry winds. Slender youngster deals. A strike, let her high. McRae spins around and looks at plate umpire Nick Bremigan. Patrolling left field on the foul lines, Russ Getz, and Jim McKean is the umpire out in right field. Guidry pumps high, kicks and deals in the dirt, dug up by Munson, 1-1. The Yankees have Lou Piniella in left field, Mickey Rivers in center, Paul Blair replacing Reggie Jackson in right. The story on that when we get a chance. Now the 1-1 pitch with one out. It is low, ball two. On the infield, Greg Nettles, who played most of yesterday's ball game with a spell of dizziness after a collision at second base in the first inning. 2-1 deal. Foul back. Got him in on the hands. A good pitch from Guidry. 2-2. Bucky Dent is at shortstop. Willie Randolph is at second. And Chris Chambliss at first. Thurman Munson catching. 2 balls, 2 strikes on right-hand hitting McRae. George Brett is on deck. Guidry has the sign, the windup for the 2-2 pitch. And it's foul back on the screen. Paul Blair in right field in place of Reggie Jackson for 2 reasons tonight. 1, the Kansas City Royals pitcher Paul Splittorff. Reggie Jackson 2 for 15 against Paul Splittorff. The other reason, defense. Reggie having trouble defensively on the artificial surface. 2-2 pitch, high. It is 3-2 on Hal McRae. Dent and Randolph play him up the middle. Nettles is backed off very deep at third base. The outfield with Rivers shaded toward right. 3-2 delivery. Fouled out of play on the right side, headed toward the upper deck. McRae can hit it all ways. He can pull the ball down the left field line. He can punch the ball down the right field line with power. He hit .298 over the regular season, 21 homers, 92 runs batted in, 54 two-base hits. Guidry kicks and offers. McRae fouls another one back in the crowd on the right side. We mentioned a beautiful day here in Kansas City. Bright sunshine, not a cloud in the sky. As the game started tonight, the temperature was 60 degrees. The wind is out of the south at 12 miles per hour, slanting toward the left field corner. It could be strong enough to be a factor in the ball game. 3-2 pitch again to McRae. Here it is, and another foul out of play on the right side. Ball is back in the upper deck. Ron Guidry finished off the regular season winning 8 of his last 9 games. He lost his final start. The pitch, line, and played on a hop by Bucky Dent. Throw to first base is not in time. Al McRae beats out an infield hit, digging hard down the line. And now the Royals have their most aggressive base runner on at first base. Al McRae involved in 2 incidents at second base, one in which he knocked the ball out of the hands of shortstop Bucky Dent, the other in which he put a rolling block on second baseman Willie Randolph. Both plays protested by the Yankees to no avail. McRae is aboard. Brett the batter, the third baseman, is 5 for 7 in the series with a run batted in. Brett hit .312, 22 homers, 88 ribbies over the season. Left-hand hitter, deep in the batter's box, feet fairly close together. Rivers is shortened up in straightaway center. The pitch swung on and fouled off Munson shin guards. Lou Piniella kicking around something out there in the artificial turf and left. Lou pretty much straight away, and so is right fielder Paul Blair. Brett looks down at third base coach Chuck Hiller for a sign. Steve Boris coaches down at first base for the Royals. Chambliss holding McRae on. The look over there by Guidry. And the 0-1 pitch. Fastball is low, and the count is 1-1 to George Brett. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Guidry comes set. The pitch, bouncing ball, past Chambliss, foul ball, just foul. Signal given immediately by Bill Deegan, the first base umpire. No argument from Coach Steve Boris. George Brett, a little disgruntled. Very, very close. Chambliss could not get to it. The ball was just foul by inches. Well, Brett will come back and pick up a 1-ball, 2-strike count. The on-deck hitter, Al Collins. The Royals won the first game of the series 7-2. The Yankees came back to win the second 6-2. The Royals won the third game 6-2, and the Yankees won yesterday 6-4. So now we're down to the fifth and final game, and everything rests on the outcome of this one. The pitch to Brett. Just missed, must have been low. Munson held it there for a second look by plate umpire Bremigan. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. McRae walks off a short lead at first. Now stretches it out a bit. Both feet, though, are in the dirt part of the sliding pit at first. 2-2 to Brett. Lined out toward right center field. Mickey Rivers is after it. Can he get it? And he cannot. The ball is past him all the way to the wall. A run will score. McRae is around third. He's coming home. Brett is on his way to third. Randolph's relay. He's safe at third base. George Brett and Greg Nettles start a fight at third. Ron Guidry is in on the fight. So is Chuck Hiller. Both benches empty. Everybody is on the field. Brett and Nettles. Brett went in hard to Nettles. Both bullpen crews are charging in. The benches have emptied and may lead down around third base. And now it has, to all intents and purposes, been broken up. And now the peacemaker, Cliff Johnson, the last man to go out. From the Yankee bench, he is the man that could go out there and break it up single-handedly. Cooler heads prevail, and they get Ron Guidry away from the fray. Darrell Porter is being led away. Ron Guidry had jumped right in. And you don't want to see that happen. Your pitcher, your number one pitcher, must not be injured in something like this. The umpires are restoring order. A run has scored. Brett was safe at third base and went after Nettles. He went in hard. He hit Nettles. The punches started flying. And now cooler heads have prevailed. Billy Martin in conference with one of the umpires. And now the players are being separated. Still a big huddle with the managers, Whitey Herzog. The umpires, all 6 umpires, restoring order. There's a great sight. Fred Patek, 5'4". Playfully holding Cliff Johnson, who is 6'5". Now everybody being led away and told to go back. The bullpen crews are sent back to their stations. And we have had the first battle in American League Championship play. The Yankee benchman walk back toward the Yankee dugout. Brett will be stationed at third. Lou Piniella, the Yankee left fielder now, complaining about something to one of the umpires. Piniella is told to get back into left field. A 3-base hit for George Brett, a run driven in. The Royals lead 1-0. Brett drilled the ball to right center field. Mickey Rivers, going to his left, made a bid for it. The ball went over his head into the wall. Order has been restored. We'll pause right now for station identification on the New York Yankee Home of Champions Radio Network.
WMCA's Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. If you think a Reggie Jackson home run travels far, Emory travels over 250,000 miles a day. Emory, the Air Force in air freight.
Guidry taking a few warm-up throws now as Al Collins will step in. Brett at third, only 1 out and 1 run is home for Kansas City. The Royals are leading by a score of 1-0. George Brett went in hard to Nettles. Nettles tried to make the tag at third base, and the blows started flying. But peace has been restored, and Al Collins is the hitter. Right-hand batting right fielder. Collins is 3 for 15 with 3 runs batted in the series. The Yankees will pull the infield in, and Collins wants the baseball examined before he steps into the batter's box. Bremigan takes a look at it, gives it back to Munson. Munson sends it back to Guidry. The outfield spreads out on Collins. Piniella deep and left. The infield is in tight. Nettles is the deep man on the infield. Guidry will work from the stretch and set position. The left-hander's pitch. Breaking ball for a strike. No balls and a strike on Al Collins. Amos Otis is on deck. Collins, over the course of the season, hit .312. 23 runs batted in, or 23 homers, 112 RBIs. He swings and he misses for strike two. No balls and 2 strikes. Guidry bends for the sign. Collins has stepped out. Time is being held for him. Chuck Hiller, the third base coach, has something to say to George Brett, the runner. And the 0-2 pitch. Bouncing ball to Nettles. The run will score. Nettles throw to first in time. Collins is out. Brett scores, and the Royals lead 2-0. High chopper off the carpet. No chance for Nettles to make the play at the plate. The only play he had was first base, and it was close over there. So an RBI for Collins, his 4th of the series. There were 2 outs, nobody on, and the batter, Amos Otis.
Number 26, Amos Otis.
Otis, the center fielder, a right-hand batter. He is 1 for 13 in the series. That one base hit, a 2-run pinch hit double. Otis has averaged 15 home runs, 71 runs batted in, and 29 stolen bases in 8 seasons as a Royal. Had an off year this season for average, batting .251. He did hit 17 home runs and drove in 78 runs. They're backed off. The outfield is bunched. The pitch, he bunts. Foul off the third base side. Piniella plays the alley in left center. Paul Blair in right center, giving both foul lines to Amos Otis. Bucky Dent shades him over in the hole at shortstop. Willie Randolph a couple of steps toward second base. Nettles is deep but not guarding the line. Chambliss backed off and wide at first. Now Nettles takes a step toward the foul line as Guidry waits for Otis to step in. The on-deck batter, John Wathan. There's the wind by Guidry, the 0-1 pitch. He bunts again, this time down the third base line. Fair ball. Guidry up with it, throws to first. Safe. Base hit. Amos Otis bunted foul, then bunted fair this time. He got the ball in the dirt in front of home plate to take the backspin off of it. The ball stayed fair as it rolled down the third base line. Guidry fielded the ball cleanly, threw to first base, but not in time. Base hit number 3, and the batter will be John Wathan, who has replaced John Mayberry at first base. We learned after the ball game yesterday that John Mayberry was playing despite a spell of dizziness. We are told brought on by a pain-reducing medicine. The pitch to Wathan is high, ball 1. Wathan, a right-hand hitter, 0 for 4 in the series. Over the season, he batted .328, 2 home runs, 21 runs batted in. Chambliss holding on the base runner, Amos Otis. Throw over there, no play. The Royals lead 2-0 here in the bottom half of the first. Outfield is spread out for the right-hand hitting Wathan. The infield up the middle. Guidry throws to first base, a lob toss. Guidry over the season in 211 innings, struck out 176 men. Throws again to first, no play. He walked but 65. Otis again takes his lead. Right foot on the carpet, left foot on the dirt. He bluffs going. The pitch is fouled out of play on the right side. 1 ball and 1 strike. Two outs. Otis at first, a ball and a strike on right-hand hitting John Wathan. And the pitch. Swing and a miss on a fastball, strike 2. One ball, 2 strikes. Guidry takes the sign with the gloved hand on the right knee. Now straightens up, drops the hands. Otis goes. The pitch is swung on and missed. Strike three. The side is retired, but the Royals pick up 2 runs on 3 hits. They leave a man. At the end of 1, it's Kansas City 2 and the Yankees nothing.
Taste of Italy and Polio food products at Food Fair, Pantry Pride, or Hills Supermarkets. And there's a great chance to win one of 12 European vacations for 2 in the Food Fair, Pantry Pride, Hills 3rd Annual Mediterranean Affair Sweepstakes, plus other big prizes. Nothing to buy. Entry blanks are at the stores. Contest is on now through October 15th. Hurry and win a prized European vacation free. And win compliments on your cooking with the prize flavor of all Polio Italian food products now at Food Fair, Pantry Pride, and Hills.
Hello there, everybody. This is Mel Allen. You know, I've spent a lot of years broadcasting baseball games, but man, what I wouldn't have given to broadcast a fight, a championship fight with heavyweights like Lewis, Alley, or middleweights like Graziano and Sugar Ray. Well, I finally got my chance to broadcast a champion, the lightweight beer champion, new Rheingold Extra Light. Friends, you're going to hear a lot more about this premium beer because Extra Light got it all together. Less filling, round after round. Only 87 calories a can. But the full-bodied taste still goes the distance. Believe me, this is the one that'll set you beer fans cheering. Less filling, round after round. The new title holder, the lightweight beer champion, Rheingold Extra Light. Go get 'em, champ. Rheingold Brewery, New York.
We move to the 2nd inning. The Yankees are down by 2. Lou Piniella will lead off, to be followed by Cliff Johnson and Greg Nuttles. Piniella is 5 for 16 with 2 runs batted in the series. During the season, he hit .330, 12 homers, 45 RBIs, right-hand hitter. And the first pitch to him from Splittorff is inside, ball 1. Bobby Cox, the first base coach for the Yankees, calling encouragement down to Piniella. Dick Hauser coaching at third. Splittorff winds, the left-hander kicks and deals, and gets a strike. Knee high over the outside part of the plate, 1-1. The outfield spreads out for Piniella. The infield plays him to pull, and Piniella wants the baseball examined. Nick Remigan looks at it, leaves it in play. One ball and 1 strike. And the pitch to Piniella. Lined out into left center field. That'll be in for the base hit. Otis going quickly to cut it off. Pinella's on his way to second. Throw to second base, and he is safe at second. 2-base hit as Piniella hustles it on down to second base. Otis made a good play cutting the ball off in the gap in left center field. But his throw to second was not in time, and Piniella is in with a double. The Yankees' first hit of the ball game, Pinella's 6th hit of the series. And now Cliff Johnson, the Yankees' designated hitter. Johnson 5 for 13 with 2 runs batted in. Cliff Johnson went 1 for 3 against Splittorff in the opening game of the series. Now he steps out, requests time. Now we're ready. Piniella leads at second base. They play Johnson to pull, and the pitch is low and in. Ball 1. George Brett guarding behind the bag at third base. Patek deep and well over in the hole at shortstop. Center fielder Otis shades just a bit toward left. A gap in right center field for Cliff Johnson. Splittorff's 1-0 pitch to him. Strike is called. Breaking ball on the inside part of the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. Johnson batted .296 during the season for the Yankees with 12 homers, 31 runs batted in. He had 10 home runs for the Houston Astros before the Yankees obtained him on June 15th. Splittorff drops the hands below the belt. The kick, the pitch, swing, and a miss. He swung out in front and over a breaking ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Cliff Johnson. Piniella turns around to check the outfield. Keeps his eye on Frank White, who's trying to shorten up his lead at second base. Nothing Patek can do. He's way over in the hole. 1-2 pitch to Johnson. High fly ball is hit into fairly shallow right center field. Coming for it, Collins, the right fielder. He calls and makes the catch. Piniella makes him throw and ducks back to second base. Johnson is out on a fly ball to the right fielder, Collins. One away, and the batter is Greg Nettles.
Number 9, Greg Nettles.
Greg Nettles 3 for 16 with 1 run batted in the series. He led the Yankees in home runs during the regular season with 37. He drove in 107 runs. Compiled a .255 batting average. The Yankee left-hand hitters, with the exception of Rivers, have not had a good championship series. Splittorff's pitch. Swing and a miss, strike one. Rivers has had 7 hits. Nettles has had 3. Chris Chambliss has had but 1. Reggie Jackson, not playing tonight, has had but 1. The 0-1 delivery. Bouncing ball is hit towards second. Frank White is up with it. Makes his throw to Walton at first in time. Piniella moves to third. There are 2 out. And now Chris Chambliss. Toward the end of the season, Chambliss was not swinging well, and it's held over through the championship series so far. But he's the man who was the hero last year, winning the deciding game, game number 5, with that dramatic 9th inning leadoff home run. And the Royals have to be thinking about that. They swing him well around to the right side defensively, with the shortstop Patek almost behind second. Piniella leads from third. The pitch to Chris. Low went outside, a fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. Piniella really joying with the third base umpire. The pitch is cut on and missed. 1 ball, 1 strike. Piniella having words, it appears, with Marty Springstead, umpiring at third. Now the windup by Splittorff. The pitch sliced foul into the crowd down on the left field side. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Chris Chambliss. Piniella walks off his lead in foul territory. The Royals are leading 2-0 here in the top half of the second. 1-2 delivery. Bouncing ball to the shortstop Patek. From near second base, he throws on to retire the side. For the Yankees, no runs, a base hit, a man left. And now at the end of 1.5, the score is Kansas City 2 and the Yankees nothing.
Go Ozark. We make it easy for you. Go Ozark. We make it easy for you.
When you're going places in the heartland of America, Ozark's non-stops and direct flights can really make it easy for you. And we never stop looking for ways to make it still easier. With expanded routes, more jets, more convenient schedules, and a wide range of money-saving fares. Call Ozark or your professional travel advisor and, take it easy.
When you want to get there in a hurry and in comfort and without a care, chances are that Ozark is the airline with the schedule to get you there. Go Ozark.
Fly direct to Central Illinois on Ozark jets and avoid changing planes. Call your professional travel advisor or Ozark.
If all you need is money, come on into HFC.
If you're thinking about a faraway vacation, but money's keeping you close to home, come on into HFC. With an HFC travel loan, you could get away from it all. HFC, an equal opportunity lender.
So come on in, come on in, come on in to HFC.
Household finance, where people use our money to get the most out of life.
Come on in to HFC.
Our full lead off the bottom half of the second for Kansas City. Rojas has announced his retirement as a player as of the end of the 1977 season. And he gets a standing ovation from many of the fans here in Kansas City. He has been an outstanding player. Over his career, he will continue in baseball in a coaching capacity, but not with the Royals. Guidry's first pitch to the right-hand hitter is high, ball one. Rojas is making his first appearance in this year's championship series. Over the season, he batted .250, no home runs, 10 RBIs. Fastball is over, and the strike is called. 1-1 on Rojas. Guidry's next pitch just missed the outside part of the plate. And again, Munson thought that might have been a strike. A lot of conversations going on. Steve Boras and the first base umpire Bill Deegan having a chat. 2-1 pitch to Rojas. Hit in the air toward left center field. Piniella going hard, and he makes the catch and holds on. Piniella made a diving catch, hit the ground, and held on as that ball was sinking. Piniella had a long way to come, but he got there. And Rojas is retired on a good play by Lou Piniella. That brings up left-hand hitting Darrell Porter, the catcher. 4 for 11 in the series. No runs batted in. Porter batted .275. He had 16 homers and had 60 runs batted in over the regular season for Kansas City. Quite an acquisition for the Royals. The first pitch to him. Check swing. Pitch is low for a ball. Porter deep in the batter's box. Feet close together. Guidry winds. The left-hander's pitch. Breaking ball is up high. 2 balls and no strikes. The Royals are leading 2-0. Infield hit by Hal McRae, a triple by George Brett, and a ground out by Collins getting the 2 runs in. Porter takes a rip and fouls it down. 2 balls and a strike. You weren't with us in the first inning as Brett tripled over Rivers' head in right center field. He went in hard to third base, hit Nettles, and the fight broke out. It did not last long. 2-1 pitch. Ball 3. Had the plate but low. 3-1 on Porter. Guidry pumps. 3-1 offering. Line. 1 hop off the glove of Randolph out into right center field. Porter is on. Makes his turn. Stops and comes back as the throw comes in from Paul Blair. That is a base hit. Sinking line drive came up on a hard hop, kicked away from Willie Randolph, and Porter is on with the Royals' 4th hit of the game. One on, and Frank White the batter. Right-hand hitting second baseman, batting 9th in the order. 4 for 14 in this series with 2 runs batted in. White batted .245. He had 5 home runs, drove in 50 during the season. And he takes a strike as he bluffed a bunt. Frank White was the top fielding second baseman in the American League this year, fielding .989. Darrell Porter with his 5th hit of the series down at first base. Short lead. Guidry looks at him. And the pitch. White hits a fly ball to left. That is deep. But back goes Piniella. Backpedaling. Makes a one-hand catch on the warning track. Piniella fires back in towards second base as Porter retreats to first. White is out. 2 down. It brings up the shortstop, Fred Ponte. Ponte grounded out to Bucky Dent in the first inning. Right-hand hitter. He is now 7 for 14 in the series with 5 runs batted in. Guidry deals on the outside corner, strike 1. Mickey Rivers is shaded a step or 2 toward left field. straightaway in left. Paul Blair guarding the alley in right center on the right-hand hitting Patek. The 0-1 pitch to him. Foul back on the screen. Strike two. Patek had a good year average-wise. He batted .262. He led the American League in stolen bases with 53. He's had an excellent championship series. Guidry off the set position, checks Porter. The pitch to Patek. Popped up on the behind the plate. Back comes Munson. May have a play and does near the screen to retire the side. No runs, a base hit. The man is left, and at the end of two, the score is Kansas City 2, the Yankees nothing.
You can't listen to radio, watch television, or read a newspaper without some auto manufacturer telling you what great gas mileage his car gets. They quote the EPA. They tell you how many miles per gallon they get in the city and how many they get on the highway. Well, all these facts are great to know. But if there's anything you need as much as cars that make your gasoline go a little further, it's a gasoline that makes your dollar go a little further. At the Getty Oil Company, we have a gasoline that's perfect for newer cars. Getty Unleaded Regular. With the octane performance of regular and the clean running smoothness of unleaded. But most important, we sell Getty Unleaded Regular for less than most other major unleaded. So now you can choose a car and a gasoline that gives you more miles for your money. Getty Premium and Getty Unleaded Regular. We've got what's best for your car.
Gentlemen, the Ale Masters Ale is here. McSorley's Cream Ale. McSorley's has all the hearty, full-bodied flavor that an ale should have, plus a smoothness that no other ale has. McSorley's is the macho ale for men of courage and daring, men with a taste for life. Gentlemen, order a bottle at your tavern or club, or pick up a six-pack at the supermarket, and you'll thank me for telling you about the ultimate in ales, the Ale Masters Ale, McSorley's Cream Ale. McSorley's Limited, Orange, New Jersey.
Paul Blair will lead off for the Yankees. He's been to bat just one time in the series, and he has one base hit. Over the season, he batted .262, 4 home runs, 25 runs batted in. Blair, a veteran of 6 championship series now and 4 World Series. Right-hand hitter, feet close, fairly deep in the batter's box. He has always hit Splittorff well in his career. The pitch to him is line but foul into the seats down in left field. Blair really got around on it, pulled it foul. Blair starting in place of Reggie Jackson. Jackson has never hit Splittorff well. Blair has always been a good hitter against the left-hander. The 0-1 pitch. He hits it on the ground sharply to third. Dug up, though, by Brett. The throw to first is high. He's out at first. Wathan got back down on the bag and made a good play. Wathan had to leave his feet to take a high throw from Brett, but he came down on the bag ahead of Blair. One away. Credit Wathan with a good play there, handling a bad throw from the third baseman, Brett. And now shortstop Bucky Dent. Bucky is 2 for 11 in this series with 2 runs batted in, a right-hand hitter. Brett shortens up at third on him, plays him even with the bag. Bucky takes a breaking ball low. Dent batted .247 during the regular campaign, 8 homers, 49 runs batted in. Splittorff's next pitch. Fastball foul back. 1-1. The Royals lead 2-0. We're in the top half of the third inning. Jam-packed crowd here at Royal Stadium. Now at the hotel where those of us in the Yankee party stay, people around the lobby all day asking if tickets were available. They were not. 1-1 pitch. Slow breaking ball is over. Strike 2. Splittorff into the line. Big kick. And the pitch hits his bat. Foul ball. Pitch was high and inside. Bucky Dent tried to get out of the way of it. It hit his bat. Foul straight down behind the plate. Count holds at a ball and 2 strikes.
Splittorff lifetime against the Yankees has won 11 and lost 5. He has always pitched well against the New York club. 1-2 pitch to Dent. Fastball is low, and the count is 2-2. Again, we tell you the breeze here in Kansas City blowing toward the left field corner at 12 miles an hour. The 2-2 pitch. Hit in the air to shallow right. Collins had him played perfectly and makes the catch. 2 out. That will bring up the top of the order, Mickey Rivers. Mick the Quick struck out in the first inning. Rivers is the Yankees' leading hitter in the series with now 7 for 19. Left-hand hitter Brett down the line at third. The first pitch, low outside, ball 1. And the 1-0 deal. Lined up the middle, base hit. Frank White, the second baseman, made a bid to his right, could not reach it, and Rivers is on. Mickey's 8th hit of the series. We'll pause for station identification. This is the New York Yankee Home of Champions Radio Network.
WMCA Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. Emory doesn't discriminate against packages because of their size, weight, or destination. Emory, the Air Force and Air Freight.
Willie Randolph, the batter. Frank Musser along with Phil Rizzuto and Bill White in Kansas City. And the pitch to Randolph is low. A breaking ball from Splittorff. Ball 1. Randolph grounded out to the shortstop, Patek, his first time up. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Bounced foul outside of third. Flagged down by Coach Dick Hauser. Hauser looks it over, rubs it up, and tosses it back to Splittorff. Mickey Rivers moves back to first base. The Royals are leading 2-0. Top half of the third, 2 outs. Rivers on. Splittorff gives Mickey a look. He is going. The pitch is taken for a ball throw to second base. High. He's safe. Stolen base. Rivers almost overslid the bag. Frank White took the throw. A high throw from the catcher, Darrell Porter. Rivers had it beaten anyway and almost overslid. Frank White double tagged him, but Rivers kept his foot on the bag. Stolen base for Mickey Rivers. The count is 2 balls and a strike on Willie Randolph. That is the Yankees' second stolen base of the series. They have not had a man thrown out. The other theft, Reggie Jackson. Two ball, 1 strike count on Willie Randolph, batting in the number 2 spot in the order tonight. Splittorff drops the hands. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball is over. Strike call, 2-2. He took something off of that one. Just wafted it over the plate. Randolph steps out. Time is held for him. Now he's in and ready. Splittorff just drops the hands, no stretch. The kick, the pitch. It is low, ball 3. Full count, 3-2 on Randolph. The outfield is spread out with the right fielder Collins shallow. Patek is backed off very deep at shortstop. Frank White backs off deep at second base. Both of them on the edge of what would be the outfield grass. 3-2 pitch to Randolph. It is ball 4. Randolph is on the first walk given up by Splittorff. The Yankees had 2 on with 2 gone. And Thurman Munson, the batter. Munson grounded out to Patek at short, who made an outstanding play to throw him out in the first inning. Patek went deep in the hole, backhanded the ball, and got Munson in a close play at first. Patek will play Munson deep. Brett is backed off at third. The outfield stays spread out. Now Munson wants the baseball looked at, and Brunigan calls for it. Plate umpire tosses it back to Splittorff.
Splittorff beat the Yankees 7-2 in the opening game of this championship series. Worked in 2 games out of the bullpen last year against the Yankees. His pitch to Munson. Ball 1. Pitch was outside. Porter grabs the outside pitch, pulls it back into the strike zone, but it doesn't fool anybody. 1 ball and no strikes. The Royals lead 2-0. Rivers at second, Randolph at first. And the 1-0 to Munson. Lined out into right field. That's going to be a base hit. Played on 1 hop by Collins. Here comes Rivers headed for the plate. A throw up the third baseline from Collins. The Yankees have a run. Randolph stops at second base, and Munson has driven in his 5th run of the championship series. It is now a 2-1 ball game. Munson hit a line drive to right field. Collins played the ball in a hurry, fired back in. His throw was up the third base line. But Porter got to it, and Randolph had to hold at second base. So it's a 2-1 ball game. And now with Lou Piniella stepping in, Galen Cisco, the pitching coach for the Royals, walks out to the mound. Right-hander is throwing out in the Kansas City bullpen. Could very well be Jim Colborn. That's who it appears to be. Now the announcement is made. It is Doug Bird who is throwing in the bullpen, a right-hander. Thurman Munson wants to talk to first base umpire Bill Deegan about something, so time is called down at first base. Galen Cisco leaves the mound. Piniella steps in. Piniella doubled to left center field his first time up. Piniella now has 6 hits in the series. Cliff Johnson is on deck. Splittorff's pitch is foul back. Strike 1. Bobby Cox now talks to Munson down at first. Royals 2, the Yankees 1 here in the top half of the third. Randolph at second, Munson at first. A 1-strike pitch to Lou Piniella. With 2 outs, here it is. Inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. The outfield is very much spread out against Piniella. Infield shades him a couple of steps to the left side. Piniella getting some dirt on his hands. Has stepped out of the batter's box. Now he moves back in. Randolph and Munson take their leads. And the 1-1 pitch. Line foul into the seats on the right side. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Lou Piniella. Cliff Johnson is in the on-deck circle. Splittorff looks for his sign. Drops the hands, no stretch. The kick, here's the pitch, upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. If the Yankees win this ball game, the World Series will start Tuesday night in New York. If the Royals win it, the World Series will start Tuesday night here in Kansas City. 2-2 to Piniella. Slow breaking ball is hit on the ground at third. Brett is up with it, makes his throw to first in time to get Piniella, and the Yankees are retired. 1 run, 2 hits, 2 men left, and at the end of 2.5, the score is Kansas City 2 and the Yankees 1.
The price is right, you know, at NBO. National Brand Outlet, NBO.
Leon Atkin, president of NBO Stores, saying, if you like famous brand menswear, if you appreciate the finest in suits, sport coats, slacks, outerwear, and accessories, if you like shopping in beautiful, friendly surroundings, if you like everything expensive but can't afford it, it's about time you visited one of my NBO stores, where you'll find just what you want at research-proven savings of 40 to 60%. At NBO, everything's expensive except the price of the clothing.
Carl Place, Long Island, where Old Country Road meets Glen Cove Road, west of Roosevelt Field. Clifton, New Jersey, on Route 46. Yonkers Central Avenue, 2 miles north of Cross County Center. Westport, Post Road next to the Clam Box. Manhattan, 3rd Avenue at 86th Street. Open daily till 10. Most stores open Sunday.
The price is right, you know, at NBO. National Brand Outlet, NBO.
All across our land, people know our brand.
You can trust AC.
Thanks, AC.
Spark plugs by AC.
AC fire ring spark plugs start quick, run smooth. And if you need them, new AC plugs can help restore economy. Get the fire ring. You'll say, thanks, AC.
You're welcome.
So when you want to go, we're the name to know. You can trust AC.
Thanks, AC.
Spark plugs by AC. Fire ring spark plugs by AC. Fire ring spark plugs.
The Yankees' 1977 American League playoff program, containing rosters, statistics, and all information on the Yankees and the Royals, is now available by mail. You can get a copy by sending $1 plus 50 cents for postage to Yankee Playoff Program, Yankee Stadium, Bronx, New York, 10451. Al McRae leads off the bottom half of the third. Right-hand hitter beat out an infield hit to shortstop his first trip and scored. He hits one deep toward the left field corner. That's going to be trouble. Piniella can't get to it. One hops off the wall. Piniella plays to Karam, and Hal McRae is in with a double. A two-base hit for Hal McRae. A shot into the left field corner off Guidry. For McRae, his sixth hit and third double of the series. His seventh hit and third double. He is 2 for 2 in this game. Now George Brett, who tripled to right center field in the first inning to drive in a run and later scored. Left-hand hitter takes a low fastball, ball 1. And activity will start in the Yankee bullpen. 1-0 pitch, foul back. Mike Torres has started to throw in the Yankee bullpen. Big right-hander warming up. Blair in right field plays Brett in the alley in right center. Rivers is shaded toward left. Piniella is shaded toward center. They give Brett both corners. Try to cut off the extra base hit in the alley. Now Rivers is straightened up in center. The pitch is low and inside. The count is 2 balls and no strikes on George Brett. Al Collins is on deck. In the first inning with 1 out, McRae beat out an infield hit. Brett doubled over Rivers' head into right center. And later scored on a ground out. He swings, chops one toward first. Chambliss has it. Guidry over to cover. Takes the throw in time. Brett is out. On the play, McRae moves to third. So Brett has done his job. He has moved Hal McRae over to third base. There is only 1 out. And the batter, Al Collins. And Billy Martin is on his way out to the mound. Billy Martin with his hands in his hip pockets. Crosses the foul line, heading for the mound. He calls Thurman Munson out. The Royals have a runner at third, only 1 out, and they are leading 2-1. After the Royals got their 2 runs in the first inning, the Yankees came back here in the top half of the third. With 2 out, Mickey Rivers, who makes things happen, singled to center field. He stole second. Willie Randolph walked, and Thurman Munson lined a base hit into right field, getting Rivers home with the Yankees run. Now plate umpire Nick Bremigan will go out to break up the mound conference. Billy Martin turns around and now starts jogging back toward the Yankee dugout down the third base line. Al Collins, a right-hand batter, has driven in 4 runs in the series with 3 base hits in 16 trips. Now Munson out again to talk to Ron Guidry. Mike Torres is throwing in the Yankee bullpen. The Yankees will bring the infield in with a runner at third and 1 away. The outfield is spread out with Piniella deep in left. Blair not too deep in right field. Guidry works off the set position, and the pitch to Collins is lined to left. That'll be a base hit. In comes McRae with run number 3, and the Kansas City Royals lead 3-1. And that will be all for Ron Guidry. Al Collins gets his second RBI of this ball game. He gets his 4th hit of the series, a solid line shot to left field. And now with Amos Otis and John Watson, both right-hand hitters, and following them, Cookie Rojas, Billy Martin is out to pull Guidry in favor of Mike Torres. And right now, the new Yankee pitcher, Mike Torres, is making his way to the mound.
If you're thinking about a faraway vacation, but money's keeping you close to home, come on into HFC. With an HFC travel loan, you could get away from it all. HFC, an equal opportunity lender.
So come on in, come on in, come on in to HFC.
Household finance, where people use our money to get the most out of life.
Come on in to HFC.
Isn't it time you knew Yoo-hoo chocolate drink? Do yourself a favor, enjoy the super flavor of America's favorite chocolate drink. It's got real goodness, protein goodness, and cool, refreshing taste. It's the chocolate charge up that's non-carbonated, doesn't even have to be refrigerated. So isn't it time you knew Yoo-hoo chocolate drink? It's so delicious, Yoo-hoo chocolate drink.
When a chocolate soft drink is number 1 in the USA, it's got to have something going for it. Yoo-hoo does. Great taste, rich and creamy, really refreshing. And Yoo-hoo chocolate drink contains high-quality protein made from 99% fat-free milk. Isn't it time you knew Yoo-hoo, America's favorite chocolate drink? It's Yogi Berra's favorite, too. Yoo-hoo chocolate drink, the action drink for action people. Yoo-hoo is another fine product of Iroquois Brands.
Darrell Porter also had 2 hits off of him. First man he works to coming into this game, Amos Otis, who had a bunt single in the first inning. Otis did not face Torres in that ball game. So Mike Torres on after Ron Guidry goes only 2 1/3 innings. Guidry is charged with 3 runs. He allowed 6 base hits. He did not walk anybody, and he struck out 1 man. Mike Torres, 6'5", 210. Came to the Yankees early this season from the Oakland A's in a trade for Doc Ellis, Marty Perez, and Larry Murray. He was the top winner on the Yankee staff with 17 victories during the season. He won 7 consecutive complete games in late July and early to mid-August, coinciding with the Yankees' run to the top. Torres certainly contributed this year and will try now to stop the Kansas City Royals working here in relief. Amos Otis will step in against him. Torres overall this year won 17 and lost 13. In 35 starts, he had 17 complete games and 2 shutouts. Right-hand hitting Amos Otis with Collins at first, 1 out. The Royals are leading 3-1 here in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Torres stretches high into the belt, checks the runner over the left shoulder, throws to first, safe. High throw sailed. Chambliss had to reach up for it. Rivers straight away in center against Amos Otis. Dead and Randolph play up the middle. Nettles is backed off at third. Chambliss holding Collins on. Torres pitch, swing, and a miss, strike 1. The reason given for Otis not starting the game, Torres started as a pitcher for the Yankees, was that Amos Otis had never hit Torres that well. That was from Whitey Herzog. So Otis did not get a start. When Torres went out, Otis was employed as a pinch hitter against Sparky Lyle and doubled. Torres stretches, checks the runner at first, and the pitch. Strike 2 call. The fastball. It's 0-2. Kansas City leads 3-1. Collins at first, 1 away. Torres offering high and tight. 1 ball and 2 strikes. There are Yankee fans here in Kansas City, but it is a predominantly Kansas City Royal crowd. Otis steps out as Torres stretches. Time is called by the plate umpire, Nick Bremigan. Collins walks off his lead again at first. And the 1-2 pitch to Otis. Foul back. The Yankees will be flying back to New York after the ball game tonight. They will be flying into Newark Airport on their United Airlines DC-8 charter. Here's the pitch. Fouled out of play on the right side. Well back in the seats, and that makes the upper deck. Now Thurman Munson walks out to the mound to talk to Mike Torres, and Torres looking down at the mound, maybe having a little trouble with it. Now Munson turns around and comes back. One ball, 2 strikes on Otis. Collins at first, 1 away. The set, here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Torres fans Otis, there are 2 down. And now John Wathan, who was struck out by Guidry to end the first inning. Wathan is a right-hand batter. Playing for John Mayberry, who we are told suffered a reaction from a pain-killing medicine that he took for a toothache. He developed dizziness in yesterday's game, had to leave. Wathan, right-hand hitter. Torres pitch to him. Outside, ball 1. Breaking ball. Torres stretches. Checks Collins at first. The pitch. Strike call to Wathan. Got the outside corner. 1-1. Cookie Rojas is on deck. The stretch by Torres. The look to first. 1-1 pitch. A pitch out. Runner was not going. It's 2 balls and a strike. Munson called for the pitch out. Now Munson looks over to Billy Martin in the Yankee dugout. Billy up on the top steps. Gives Munson a sign. Collins is going. The pitch is swung on and fouled back. They had the hit and run on, and Wathan fouled it back. So Collins will turn around and come back to first. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Wathan. Wathan has stepped out, now back in. Torres stretches. Checks Collins with a look. 2-2 pitch to Wathan. Struck him out, swing and a miss. And that retires the side, but the Royals pick up 1 run on 2 hits. They leave a man. And at the end of 3 innings of play, the score is Kansas City 3 and the Yankees 1.
Hey. We've got success for sale at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer. Come on in and see what we've got. If success is what you're looking for, well, we've got a lot.
Right now, during cleanup time, we're offering year-end deals on the small car America's getting comfortable with, Volare. Because of Chrysler engineering, Volare offers you the ride of a big car and the value of a small car. And Volare comes in 3 models, the 4-door sedan, the 2-door coupe, and the popular Volare wagon, America's #1 selling wagon. And now there's a great selection of Volares to choose from, all ready for immediate delivery. Come on in and get your deal on Volare now.
At your Chrysler Plymouth dealer, you never fail, 'cause we've got success for sale. We've got success for sale. We've got success.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the new lightweight beer champion of the world, Rheingold Extra Light Beer.
Rheingold Extra Light Beer is much less filling round after round, yet robust and full-bodied. Hey, try this new premium light beer. It's brewed by Rheingold, the originator of low-calorie beer. Rheingold Extra Light is a winner.
It's the lightweight beer champion of the world.
Rheingold Breweries, Orange, New Jersey.
We go to the 4th inning, ladies and gentlemen. In with the play-by-play, here is Bill White.
All right, Frank Messer and Cliff Johnson will lead off for the New York Yankees here in the top of the 4th. The Royals lead 3-1. First pitch to Johnson. He backs off a fastball that's inside. Cliff has been up one time in the ball game so far. He flies to Al Cowens in right field. Johnson 5 for 14 in the series so far. Here's the wind by Splittorff and the pitch. Curveball is fouled back. It's 1-1. The Royals have 3 runs on 6 base hits in this ball game. The Yankees 1 run on 3. Royal runs have been driven in by George Brett, Al Cowens. In fact, Cowens has 2 runs batted in this ball game, and a total of 5 in the series. He, Patek, and Munson all have 5 runs batted in. Johnson backs off a fastball inside. 2-1. Thurman Munson, of course, has driven in the Yankee run. Long way to go in the ball game. 6 more at-bats for the Yankees. And the Royals. 2-1 to Johnson. He checks the swing, takes it on the inside corner, 2-2. For that call, Johnson took a little walk out of the batter's box. He says something now to home plate umpire Nick Bremigan as he settles back in the box. Splittorff winds, and the 2-2 pitch to Johnson. Curveball is bounced foul back to the screen. Count remains 2-2. Splittorff has gone with a lot of breaking balls so far in this ball game, especially to Cliff Johnson and also to Willie Randolph. Johnson out of the box. Well, he stands right up on the plate. Here's Splittorff with the 2-2 delivery. Fastball is fouled back. Still 2-2. Tried to slip a fastball by Johnson on the inside corner, and Cliff got a piece of it. George Brett at third for the Royals. Freddie Patek playing shortstop, actually playing out in shallow left field. Frank White's the second baseman, and John Wathan playing first base in place of John Mayberry. Here's a 2-2 pitch to Johnson. Swung on and line foul into the seats out left field. John Mayberry, by the way, was bothered by a sore tooth yesterday. Took a couple of pain-killing pills and had a bad day, and today he had that tooth extracted. He's not in the ball game. There's a swollen jaw. Here's a 2-2 now to Johnson. Swung on and pulled foul again outside third. This one made Dick Hauser get out of the way, and the count remains 2-2. Royal outfield has Hal McRae in left, Amos Otis in center, playing a deep center field, and Al Cowens out in right field. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Cliff Johnson. He'll be followed by Greg Nettles and then Chris Chambliss. Splittorff in the windup and the 2-2 pitch. Curve is outside, 3-2. Wind blowing toward left here at Royal Stadium. Yesterday was blowing a gale toward right. Here's a payoff pitch to Johnson. Curveball, line foul into the seats left side, and Johnson might have broken his bat. Yes, he has broken his bat. Oak Cliff will walk over to the Yankee dugout and get some new lumber. And we'll take 15 seconds for station identification while Cliff Johnson gets some new lumber on the New York Yankee Home of Champions Radio Network.
WMCA's Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. If Yankee pitchers want to see someone with a really great delivery, they ought to call Emory. Emory, the Air Force and Air Freight.
Well, home plate umpire Nick Brimmigan went over and he's trying to hurry Johnson up. Cliff went and got his bat and then went to the on-deck circle and picked up some pine tar. Well, Brimmigan wants him in the batter's box. Count 3-2, nobody out. Johnson leading off fourth inning for the Yankees. The Royals ahead by a score 3-1. Splittorff in the windup and the payoff pitch. Swung on, hit to left field. McRae going back into the corner. Still back, up against the wall, and it's up against the wall and bounces back in, and Johnson goes into second base. That ball hit that railing on top of the wall between the fence and the wall and stayed up there, then bounced back in. And when it looked like it might have been a home run, but it hit the railing and bounced back in, and Johnson steamed into second base with a double. I think that wind really helped the ball. Then McRae went back like he thought he had a chance. He kept backpedaling, finally got up against the wall there. The ball hit off the top of the wall. There's a railing running around the wall from the 3:30 mark down the line to the Yankee bullpen. And the same thing is down the right field corner. So Johnson is double leading off. Here's Nettles. Pitch to Gregg. Swung on and missed. For Cliff Johnson, that's his 6th base hit and 15 times up. Infield playing Nettles to pull. His job here is to get Johnson to third base or home. Pops it up on the left side of the infield. George Brett, the third baseman in foul territory, makes the catch. One away. Johnson still down at second base, and that'll bring on Chris Chambliss. Chambliss in the ball game so far has been up once, bounced to short. The Royals play him to pull. Patek, the shortstop, is out behind second base. As Splittorff sets and deals to Chambliss. Swung on, bounced to short. Patek has a big hop, throws on to Wapham, and they've got Chambliss. And on the play, Johnson goes to third. So there are 2 outs. Johnson on third base, and the batter is Paul Blair, the right fielder. Blair's been up 3 times in the series so far. Or actually, this is his 3rd time up. He is 1 for 2. Got a single up the middle yesterday after he went into the ball game in the 9th inning to play defense for Reggie Jackson. Getting a start here in this final game. George Brett, the third baseman, threw Blair out his 1st time up. Pitch to Paul. Called strike on the outside corner. On deck is Bucky Dent. Royals leading 3-1. Yankees have a runner at third base with 2 outs in the top half of the 4th inning. Splittorff winds and the 1-strike pitch. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Cliff Johnson just missing a home run by about 3 feet. Here's a 1-1 pitch to Blair. Inside, 2 balls and a strike. Ball is hit just at the 3:30 mark in the left field corner. Hit right on top of the fence. Hit a railing. Bounced back onto the field. Johnson doubled. He's now at third with 2 outs. And the 2-1 pitch to Blair. Swung on and missed. 2-2. And the 2-2 delivery. Curveball popped up on the right side. Frank White, the second baseman, calling and makes the catch, and the side is retired. No runs on 1 base hit and a man left on by the Yankees. We're going to the bottom half of the 4th inning. The Royals lead the Yankees 3-1.
You're going to be feeling good when you chomp into one of Geno's sirloiners. It's a quarter pound of 100% pure sirloin. Delicious sirloin. Only at Geno's. Take your appetite to Geno's and treat it to a juicy, delicious 100% sirloiner. You'll be feeling good.
You do it better with Rickle.
Rickle has it all: quality, value, and selection in every department. Come in and check out the hardware, plumbing, power tools, paint, linens, draperies, housewares, carpets, building materials. You'll save on energy savers, installation, caulking, storms, screens, and more. Rickles helps you do it better because they have it all.
Rickle helps you do it better with Rickle.
Well, Mike Torres out warming up as we get ready to go into the bottom half of the 4th inning here at Royal Stadium. The Royals leading the Yankees by a score 3-1. Little note on Torres: he's making his first relief appearance since August 14th of 1974. Back in that year, Mike Torres was with the Montreal Expos, and he made that relief appearance against the Atlanta Braves. Of course, this is the final game of this 5-game series, and it'll be the final game of the season for one of these two clubs, so everybody's got to get ready. Cookie Rojas stands in against Mike Torres, and Cookie takes outside, ball 1. Rojas has been up once, and Lou Piniella made a fine diving catch of his line drive in left center field in the 2nd inning. Rojas takes the strike. It's 1-1. Rojas, a surprise starter as a designated hitter tonight. 1-1 pitch up the middle, through, base hit. Rivers gets the ball back in, and Rojas goes at first base. First hit against Mike Torres. He struck out the first 2 men he faced, relieving Ron Guidry in the 3rd inning. Struck out Otis and Watson. Well, Rojas on at first base, nobody out. The batter, Darrell Porter, the catcher. He's been up once, single to right center. Porter has hit well against the Yankees in this series, and also during the year, he's 5 for 12 in the series. Rojas off first base. He is not a threat to steal. Pitch to Porter is high and away, ball 1. The base hit by Rojas, the 7th hit in this ball game for the Kansas City Royals. Now Torres is at the belt. The 1-0 pitch, high and away, ball 2. Mike Torres behind in the count to Darrell Porter. 2 balls and no strikes. Now Mike is at the belt. 2-0 pitch, swung on, hit into center field. Rivers going back, still going, and that ball is caught by Mickey Rivers up against the wall. Rojas all the way down to second base, has to hustle back to first. Mickey Rivers making use of every inch of his height as he went to the wall and straightaway center field, got there, leaped high up on the wall, and made the catch. Got to give Rivers about 7 stars. Even the partisan Royal fans have to clap for that catch. Good running grab by Mickey Rivers. There's one away. That'll bring on Frank White, the second baseman. White's been up once, flied to left. Well, Mickey Rivers saved at least 1 run with that running catch and straightaway center. White's a right-handed batter. Torres sets. And the pitch. Too high, ball 1. Ron Guidry started the ball game for the Yankees. He went 2 1/3 innings. Gave up 3 runs on 6 base hits. The 1-0. White takes in there. Called strike. It's 1-1. Guidry had pretty good control. He didn't walk anybody, and he only struck out 1. A little tough to come back with just 2 days rest. Now Torres sets. 1-1 pitch to White. Curveball is high. 2-1. Royals 3, Yankees 1, bottom half the 4th inning. Cookie Rojas at first base for the Royals and 1 away. Yankees set their infield up looking for 2. Outfield shades White toward right. Time is called now. Torres wants to tie a shoestring. Nettles is the third baseman for the Yankees. Dent's the shortstop. Randolph playing at second, and Chambliss holding Rojas at first. Chuck Hiller coaches third base for the Royals. Steve Boros is the first base coach. Torres with a new ball. Checks Rojas. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Mike Torres threw a fastball by Frank White. So White strikes out for the second out. That's the third strikeout for Torres. And that'll bring on Freddie Patek, the shortstop. Patek has had a good series for the Royals. He's 7 for 15 with 5 runs batted in. A right-handed batter. Now Torres sets. And the pitch to Patek. Too high, ball 1. Torres working quickly. The 1-0 pitch. Too high, ball 2. On deck is Hal McRae. Now Torres is ready. And Rojas is going. The pitch is taking a strike and no throw. Cookie Rojas, as soon as Torres got to the belt, took off. Mike Torres had already made up his mind to come home. Instead of stepping off, he threw, got it in for a strike. It was taken by Patek. No throw down to second base. Rojas has stolen the base. He's down there with 2 outs to count 2 balls and a strike on Freddie Patek. And the pitch. Line to right field. Blair's after it on the run and can't get so it's foul. Ball sliced foul down the right field line. Paul Blair couldn't get to it. Close down the right side. Oh, it's 2-2 on Freddie Patek. Rojas back at second base, and Patek comes back to the plate. Blair now moves a little closer to the right field line for Freddie Patek. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Freddie Patek, number 2 at bat, and a runner down at second base. 2-2 pitch. Outside, ball 3. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The Royals ahead 3-1 and pressuring the Yankees and Mike Torres in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Torres does not like the first sign for Munson. Now he's ready. And the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, chopped to Nettles at third base. He's got it. Long throw to first, just in time, and the side is retired. Patek bounces out 5-3. No runs, a base hit, and a man left. At the end of 4, the Royals 3, the Yankees 1.
Gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the new lightweight beer champion of the world, Rheingold Extra Light Beer.
Rheingold Extra Light Beer is much less filling round after round, yet robust and full-bodied. Hey, try this new premium light beer. It's brewed by Rheingold, the originator of low-calorie beer. Rheingold Extra Light is a winner.
It's the lightweight beer champion of the world.
Rheingold Breweries, Orange, New Jersey.
For nearly 100 years, HFC has tried to bring you the best service possible. And if there's ever any way we can improve ourselves, just let us know. HFC, an equal opportunity lender.
Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. HFC.
Household Finance, where people use our money to get the most out of life.
Come on in to HFC.
Oh, Mike Torres pitched himself out of trouble in the bottom of the 4th, and we're going to the top half of the 5th inning here at Royal Stadium. For the Royals leading the Yankees by a score of 3-1, and Bucky Dent will lead off against Paul Splittorff. Dent's been up one time against Splittorff in this ball game, fly to right field, so he's 0 for 1, 2 for 12 in the series. Those 2 base hits have been productive. He's driven in 2 runs. It'll be Bucky Dent, Mickey Rivers, and then Willie Randolph against Paul Splittorff here in the top of the 5th. The left-hander's first pitch is line, base hit, center field for Bucky Dent. Over quickly, Amos Otis. And right away, Doug Bird gets up in the Kansas City bullpen, and the right-hander will start throwing. The batter now is Mickey Rivers, who was struck out and singled up the middle, stolen a base, and scored the Yankee run. Driven in by Thurman Munson in the 3rd inning. Mickey's having a fine series, 8 base hits in 20 times up. Brett closes in at 3rd base for Rivers. Waffen has to hold Dent at first base as Splittorff sets. And the pitch. Called strike. Doug Bird, a right-hander, throwing for the Royals in their bullpen. Splittorff's at the belt, and the 0-1 pitch to Rivers. Swung on a high bouncer toward first base. Splittorff has it. Underhand toss to Waffen, and they just get Rivers at first base. In fact, Rivers might have stepped on Waffen's foot. Moving into second base is Bucky Dent. The put out 1-3, 1 away. Dent now down at second base, and the batter is Willie Randolph. Randolph has bounced a short and walked in the ball game so far. He's 0 for 1. Splittorff has been throwing Randolph a lot of curveballs. Those balls breaking down and in on Willie Randolph. Wind still blowing toward left here at Royal Stadium. Not hard. Not like it blew out toward right yesterday. Pitch to Randolph. Curveball is low, ball 1. Royals have 3 runs on 7 base hits. The Yankees 1 run on 5 base hits, playing the 5th inning. Splittorff sets. The 1-0 to Randolph. Curveball bounced to short. Patek is there. Gobbles it up, throws on the first. And they've got Randolph. Then had to hold at second base. Two outs. And the batter is Thurman Munson. And this is going to mean a conference between home plate and the pitcher's mound between Paul Splittorff and his catcher, Darrell Porter. Munson drove in the Yankee run, the only run scored by the Yankees in this ball game in the 3rd inning, with a single to right field. It's Thurman's 5th run batted into the series and his 6th base hit. He's 6 for 18. And as usual, Munson wants to look at the baseball. On the year, Thurman batted .308 for the Yankees, hit 18 home runs, and drove in 100 runs. Two outs, Dent down at second. Munson taking plenty of time getting set in the batter's box. Now he's ready. And Splittorff sets. The pitch to Munson. He checks the swing, takes it down low, ball one. The umpires for this ball game, Nick Brimmigan is behind the plate, Bill Deegan at first, Jerry Newdecker at second, and Marty Springstead at third base. Russ Getz down the left field foul line, and Jim McKean down the right field foul line. Dent with a short lead off second base. Oh, he takes another step. The 1-0 to Munson. Curveball hit on the ground to second base. Frank White digs it out. Throws on the first. It got Munson, and the side is retired. No runs on one base hit, and a man left on base. At the end of 4.5 innings of play, it's the Royals 3, the Yankees 1.
If you were to rate the importance of athlete's foot on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give it? About a 2? Let's face it, it's a dumb disease. Well, we make Desinex. And what do we mean when we say, don't blame Desinex? Simple. A lot of you are still suffering the itching and soreness of athlete's foot. Desinex has helped millions get rid of it fast. So if you're doing sneakers and socks, instead of running the sand through your toes, then maybe this message is very important. Athlete's foot? Don't blame Desinex. A product of Penwalt Corporation.
The guys out on the field aren't the only ones that get jock itch. Any guy can get it, even a popcorn vendor like me. But I don't put up with it. I use Crew-X medicated powder. Crew-X goes to work immediately to help relieve the itching, chafing, and rash. And its special medication helps fight the causes of jock itch. Don't put up with jock itch. Get Crew-X. C-R-U-E-X. It made a fan out of me.
Say, Frank, what's another word for action?
Yoo-hoo.
Yoo-hoo?
Right, Phil. Yoo-hoo chocolate drink.
Why is that?
Because Yoo-hoo not only has the best chocolate taste of any soft drink, but it also contains high-quality protein.
And?
And it's made from 99% fat-free milk. Yoo-hoo keeps your action going. That's why it's Yogi's favorite drink.
Yoo-hoo is the action drink for action people.
Right, the chocolate drink of champions. Join me in a Yoo-hoo.
I'll drink to that.
Drink Yoo-hoo, another fine product from Iroquois Brands.
Bottom of the fifth, and the Royals will send in Hal McRae, George Brett, and then Al Cowens against Mike Torres. Torres has pitched strong baseball so far. He's faced 6 men and struck out 3 of them. McRae is 2 for 2 in the ball game, a single and a double, and he scored 2 runs. He now has 7 base hits and 16 times at bat against the Yankees in this series. Torres deals high, ball 1. Mike right back, fastball lined and grabbed by Willie Randolph. Well, even when they get McRae out, he hits the ball hard. McRae lining the Yankees second baseman Willie Randolph for the first out in the bottom of the 5th. The batter now is George Brett, the third baseman. He's tripled in a run, scored a run, and also bounced to first. Brett's 1 for 2 in the ball game. A left-handed hitter. Takes high and away, ball 1. Torres winds, and the 1-0 pitch. High and away again, 2 balls, no strikes. Torres trying to pitch Brett away and high to try to get the fly ball. 2-0 pitch. Up and in, backs him out of there. 3 balls to no strikes. Standing on deck is Al Cowens, the right fielder. 3-0 pitch to Brett. He backs away from a fastball up and in, ball 4. So Brett walks on 4 pitches, and that'll bring on Al Cowens. Cowens has driven in 2 runs in this ball game with a bounce out and a single. He has a total of 5 in the series. 4 base hits, 17 times at bat against the Yankees. Yankees straighten up for Cowens, play him straight away. Infield back looking for 2. There goes Brett. Pitch is high. Throw the second. And they put it on Brett for the out. Willie Randolph putting the tag on George Brett. Good throw from Munson. So Brett is cut down 2-4, 2 outs. The pitch was a strike on Al Cowens. The Royals have now stolen 4 bases, and they've been caught 3 times in this series. The Yankees are 2 for 2 against Royal catching, and that's, of course, Darrell Porter. The 1-strike pitch to Cowens. Breaking ball outside, 1-1. Missed with a slider high. Torres winds, and the 1-1 pitch. Fastball is high, 2-1. Yankees in the 6th inning will have Piniella, Cliff Johnson, and Greg Nettles against Paul Splittorff. Royals ahead 3-1, 5th inning. Here's a 2-1 pitch to Cowens. Swung on, foul tipped, held by Munson. It's 2-2. The Royals pushing Al Cowens for the most valuable player award. Of course, the writers have already voted on that award, so whatever Cowens or Rivers or Munson or Jackson or Nettles do in this series doesn't count. Foul back. The writers supposedly have already made their decision. Two and 2 on Cowens. Of course, Rod Carew's name has been mentioned also in the Most Valuable Player Award voting. Jim Rice of the Boston Red Sox, Butch Hobson. 2-2 pitch. Slow bouncer, passed and knocked down, picked up, thrown, and safe at first base. Ball was just out over the head of Torres. Willie Randolph went in and grabbed the ball, threw it to Chambliss, and Cowens is called safe at first base. Billy Martin now out arguing. So Al Cowens picks up his 2nd infield hit. Ball just got over the glove of Mike Torres going toward Randolph at 2nd base. Willie scooped the ball, threw it the same motion, and Cowens was called safe. Martin still arguing with first base umpire Bill Deegan. Chambliss had bumped Deegan a bit, and so had Mike Torres. So Cowens on at first base, 2 outs. And when Martin finishes arguing with Bill Deegan, Amos Otis will be the batter. Martin jogs back to the Yankee dugout, and on the way has a few words for the home plate umpire, Nick Premigan.
The center fielder, Amos Otis.
Amos Otis is bunted for a base hit in the 1st inning, struck out in the 3rd. Two men out. Royals leading 3-1. Yankees play Otis straight away. Torres at the belt, and the pitch. Swung on and missed. No balls and 1 strike. Whitey Herzog does not normally use Amos Otis against Mike Torres or against Bert Blyleven or Nolan Ryan. 1-strike pitch, swung on, bounced up the middle. It might go through. No, Randolph is there. Throw the first. Scooped up by Chambliss, and they've got Otis. Good play by Chris Chambliss. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. One man left on base. At the end of 5, the score. The Royals 3, the Yankees 1.
In 1915, the owner of Knickerbocker Beer bought the Yankees. He opened Yankee Stadium, put Ruth, Gehrig, DiMaggio in pinstripes, and Yankee history was made. This was a man with a natural instinct for the best. You can taste it in Knickerbocker Natural Beer.
We say Knickerbocker Natural. Nothing should come between you and your beer.
Two great traditions, the Yankees and Knickerbocker, from one great man, Jacob Rupert, Inc., Orange, New Jersey.
Looked at a calendar lately, winter's going to be on us before you know it or want it. And the colder it gets, the harder it gets for your car to start up every morning. That's where a fresh set of Champion spark plugs comes in. Because the fresher your plugs, the surer your start. So this winter, don't let your old spark plugs leave you in the cold. Fill her up with Champions, world's #1 seller.
Lou Piniella will lead off the Yankees in the 6th inning. Royals lead 3-1. Royals have 3 runs on 8 base hits. The Yankees 1 run on 5.
Leading off for the Yankees, the left fielder,
Lou Piniella's had a fine series, not only with the bat, but with the glove. He's really done a pretty good job. Doubled in the 2nd inning, but was left stranded. Bounced to 3rd into 3rd. So Piniella's 1 for 2 in this ball game. 6 for 18 in the series with 2 runs batted in. It'll be Lou Piniella, Cliff Johnson, and then Greg Nettles against Paul Splittorff in the 6th inning. Here's Splittorff's first pitch to Piniella. Swung on and fouled back. The Yankees and the Royals fighting for the right to face the Los Angeles Dodgers in the World Championship. It will start on Tuesday in the American League City. 2 games in the American League City, then back out to the National League City, Los Angeles, for 3. And the final 2, if necessary, back at the American League City. 1 strike pitch now. Swung on and missed. 0-2. Piniella uncharacteristically trying to hit a home run. Here's a 2-strike pitch to Piniella. Inside, slider, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hey, one thing, Lou's all hepped up for this ball game. Here's a 1-2 to Piniella. Swung on it in the air to right field. Cowan's going back. He's got plenty of time. Backpedaling, and he makes the catch. 1 away. That'll bring on the designated hitter for the Yankees, Cliff Johnson. Johnson has flied to right field and doubled. Doubled on top of the wall in left field. The ball hit on top of the wall, bounced up against a mesh railing, and came back on the field. So Johnson 1 for 2 in the ball game. 6 for 15 in the series. Pitch to Johnson. Outside, ball 1. Splittorff winds, and the 1-0 pitch. Inside, a curveball, 2 balls and no strikes. Brett playing deep at third base, and Patek playing Johnson to pull at shortstop, and way deep. It's about a step or 2 on what would be the outfield grass. White, the second baseman, shading Johnson over near the bag and deep. 2-0 pitch. curveball is high. Ball 3. On deck is Greg Nettles. No action in the Royal bullpen. The Royals lead 3-1 in the 6th inning. Splittorff rocks, and the 3-0 pitch. Low, ball 4. Johnson walks on 4 pitches. And we'll take 15 seconds for station identification on the New York Yankee Home of Champions Radio Network.
WMCA, Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. If you have a package that has to get somewhere fast, call in the Air Force. Emory, the Air Force and Air Freight.
Here's a pitch to Greg Nettles. Swings and doesn't get a fastball. No balls and a strike. Time is being called by the umpire coming in from right field, Jim McKean. McKean cannot get anybody's attention. Now he sets Splittorff, and the pitch. Outside, it's 1-1. Now McKean is yelling toward the second base umpire, Jerry Neudecker, trying to get his attention, and time is finally called. Object loose out in right field. Some kid's glove, it looks like. Thrown back in the seats. The count is 1-1 on Nettles. Say, that happened with Don Money on a bases-loaded home run in Milwaukee. I think it was Jim McKean with the umpire. Nettles takes low, 2-1. McKean had called time. Money hit a grand slam home run. Didn't count. Had to play it over. Yankees won the ball game. 2 balls, 1 strike on Nettles with 1 out. Johnson on at first base. Royals leading 3-1 in the 6th inning. Splittorff sets. The pitch to Nettles. Swung on and missed. Good breaking ball. It's 2-2. Wathan playing behind Johnson at first base. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and foul tip. Held by Porter. Nettles goes down swinging for the second out. It's only the second strikeout for Paul Splittorff, and that'll bring on Chris Chambliss, the Yankee first baseman. Chambliss has been up twice, bounced out both times to shortstop Freddie Patek. Patek plays Chambliss a pull almost behind second base. A little odd formation because the second baseman, White, plays him straight away. Chambliss takes a curve for a strike. Chambliss 1 for 15 in the series so far. As Splittorff sets. The 1-strike pitch. Outside, a curveball. It's 1-1. About the last 10 days of the season, Chambliss started into a mini slump. Lost his timing and is carried over into the series. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on it on the ground to second. Frank White digs it out. He'll play at the first base. And the side is retired. No run, no hit, a walk, and a man left on base. We're going to the bottom of the 6th. The Royals 3, the Yankees 1.
Rickle helps you do it better. Do it better with Rickle.
Rickle has it all the wall coverings, hardware, plumbing and paint, all the linens and carpeting, all the power tools, building materials, and accessories you need to do it yourself. All the energy savers, too, to lower your home fuel bills. Come into Rickle for quality, value, and selection. They have it all.
Rickle helps you do it better. Do it better with Rickle.
Eat too much, drink too much.
Take Brioski.
You remember that jingle? Millions of men and women remember, because that jingle means Brioski. And Brioski has meant fast, effective relief to millions for almost 100 years. That's product integrity. We believe that a manufacturer should stand behind his product, don't you? Then let me ask you, has any company ever offered you double your money back on an antacid, liquid, tablet, or seltzer? Because we know that Brioski will give you the fast relief you want. When you suffer from heartburn, acid indigestion, or sour stomach, we make the Brioski Consumer Pledge. Simply stated, if Brioski doesn't give you the fast relief you want, we'll send you double your money back. So the next time you have heartburn, acid indigestion, or sour stomach, just take pleasant lemon-tasting Brioski and discover what those millions before you have experienced. If for any reason you don't get the fast relief we promised, send us the unused portion in its original package plus sales receipt, and we'll send you double your money back. That's the Brioski Consumer Pledge.
On the bottom of the sixth here at Royal Stadium, the Royals lead the Yankees by a score of 3-1. And we're going to get a pinch hitter for John Woffen. Pete Lecoq, a left-handed batter, will bat for Woffen and lead off against Mike Torres. And Lecoq will probably stay in the ball game and go play first base. John Mayberry, who normally plays first base for the Royals, had a tooth pulled today and his jaw swollen. And with the pain-killing pills he had to take, of course, he also took them yesterday with the tooth in, and he made an error, costly error. So he's not playing. Lecoq takes a strike on the inside corner. This is Lecoq's first appearance in the American League Championship Series. Backs off a fastball inside, 1-1. Lecoq hits just about everything the other way. Yankees play him straight away, both in the infield and the outfield. Torres winds in the 1-1 pitch. Hits foul, upper deck left side. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Royals picked up 2 runs against Ron Guidry in the bottom of the first. Yankees picked up a run. Their only run in the ball game in the top of the third. Royals came back, right back in the bottom of the third with 1 more. As Lecoq fouls the next one off down the left field line. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. 3-1 Royals, 6th inning. 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Lecoq goes down swinging. There's 1 away. That's the 4th strikeout for Mike Torres. Torres came in the ball game in the 3rd inning, pinch hitting, or actually relieving Ron Guidry. Struck out the first 2 men he faced, Otis and Woffen. Here's Cookie Rojas, 1 for 2 in the ball game. Cookie swings and doesn't get a slider. No balls and a strike. Rojas, a right-handed batter. The 1-strike pitch, low, 1-1. Rojas has already announced his intention to retire after this season. This is it for him. 16 years of big league baseball. 1-1 pitch. Takes a strike. Good slider. Let her high on the outside corner. 1-2. Cookie's been around with the Philadelphia Phillies, the Cincinnati Reds, the St. Louis Cardinals, the Dodgers. 1-2. Swung on. Bounced to short. Charged by Dent. Nice hop. Throws on the first base. Have got Rojas. 2 outs. That'll bring on Darrell Porter, the catcher. Porter is single to right center. And he drove Rivers all the way back to the wall in straightaway center field. Rivers had to leap high off the wall to rob Porter of at least a double. Darrell Porter 1 for 2. Porter, a left-handed batter. On deck is Frank White. Royals ahead 3-1. 6th inning. Top of the 7th, the Yankees will have Blair, Dent, and Rivers against Paul Splittorff. Hit in the air, right center. Left center, actually. Pinella back on the warning track, backing up and makes the catch in deep left center field. And the side is retired. 3 up and 3 down. At the end of 6 to score. The Royals 3, the Yankees 1.
Hey, we've got success for sale at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer. Come on in and see what we've got. If success is what you're looking for, well, we've got a lot.
Right now, during cleanup time, we're offering year-end deals on the small car America's getting comfortable with, Volare. Because of Chrysler engineering, Volare offers you the ride of a big car and the value of a small car. And Volare comes in 3 models, the 4-door sedan, the 2-door coupe, and the popular Volare wagon, America's #1 selling wagon. And now Now there's a great selection of Volaris to choose from, all ready for immediate delivery. Come on in and get your deal on Volare now.
At your Chrysler Plymouth dealer, you never fail, 'cause we've got success for sale. We've got success for sale. We've got success.
Sure is great being back in Yankee Stadium. All the terrific new seats.
And all the terrific new candy counters with Baby Ruth bars. As a matter of fact, I think I'll run down to one of those terrific new candy counters right now and get some Baby Ruths. I can just taste that rich chocolatey coating over chewy caramel, fudge, and peanuts.
Frank, the reason you can just taste them is because you just ate a whole bag of fun-sized Baby Ruth. Don't you think that's enough Baby Ruth bars for anyone?
Well, Frank Musser is not just anyone. And when you've got to have one, you've got to have one.
Well, at the end of 6th inning here, Royal Stadium, the Royals lead the Yankees 3-1. They have 3 runs on 8 base hits. The Yankees 1 run on 5 against Paul Splittorff. And here to see if he can't do something about that, the Scooter, Phil Rizzuto.
All right, William. Paul Blair bounced to third, popped to second. And at first, Pete Lecoq, who pinch hit for John Watson. Splittorff's pitch. Strike one call. I think Splittorff's throwing harder now in the last 2 innings than he did through the first 5 innings. 3-1, the Royals lead. Deep to left, but it's going to curve foul. That would have been plenty far enough to have been a home run. Look at Blair. He knew he just missed it. Boy, I said he got a slider. Just got a little bit out in front of it, way back into the left field seats. Three big innings to go for the Yankees. Only trail by 2. But they need some base runners. And Splittorff wants another sign. Blair steps out. It'll be Blair, Dent, and Rivers. The 0-2 pitch. Curve. Bounce to third. Brett waits for the hop. Fires to first in time. Good gun by George Brett at third base. 1 away. Now Bucky Dent flying to right, single to center. Splittorff kicks. Curve down low, ball 1. Splittorff has allowed 5 hits, walked 2, struck out 2, and just 1 run. Pitch to Bucky. That curve is in, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, another curve, low, 2-1. The left-hander winds. Fastball hit in the air to right field. Collins is right there. And there are 2 away. And now Mickey Rivers. Mick has struck out, singled, stolen a base and scored. And bounced out. Pitcher to first base. That was a big play in the ball game. Dent had led off with a single. Mickey hit a Baltimore chop that almost got over Splittorff's head. Curve to Mickey, low, ball 1. McCock is even with the bag at first, and Brett playing in as he normally does against Rivers. Foul back to the screen. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, foul down the left field line. Ball and 2 strikes. It's a beautiful day here and another beautiful night. The kick and the pitch, ground ball at Frank White. He's got it. Throw to first in time to get Rivers. And the Yankees are down in order. At the end of 6.5, Royals 3, Yankees 1.
Gino's. I mean, Ali is really feeling good at Gino's. And here's why. Gino's Giant, a burger that tastes as good as it looks. 2 all-beef burgers packed with all the trimmings taken from Ali. Try Gino's Giant. It's the greatest next to me.
Helps you do it better. Do it better with Rickle.
Rickle has it all. Quality, value, and selection in every department. Come in and check out the hardware, plumbing, power tools, paint, linens, draperies, housewares, carpets, building materials. You'll save on energy savers, installation, caulking, storms, screens, and more. Rickles helps you do it better because they have it all.
Rickle helps you do it better. Do it better with Rickle.
All right, we're going to the bottom of the 7th. These Kansas City fans are going bananas. But the ball game is not over yet. Frank White has fly to left and struck out.
The Alter Kansas City, the second baseman, Frank White.
Going to be a lot of people sound like me tomorrow, the way they've been yelling through these first 7 innings. Pitch to White. Ground ball to third. Nettles knocks it down. Picks it up. Throw to first. They got him. Oh, man, that Nettles really hounded that ball. Beautiful play by Greg on a hard shot that bounced off his chest. One away, here's Patek. Bounced to short, foul to the catcher, and thrown out on a fine play by Greg Nettles. Now, Patek has hit in every game but this one. In every playoff game he's participated in, last year and this year. Ball 1. The 1-0 pitch. Strike called. 1-1. One pitch. Line to right field deep. Blair backing up and makes the catch. So they've held Patek in tow, and now Hal McRae. And he has been a tough out in the last couple of games. He singled and scored in the first, doubled and scored in the third, and lined out to Willie Randolph. 2 out, nobody on. 3-1, the Royals lead. McRae, tough man to defense against. High ball 1. Steps into the pitch. You go to right. Pull the ball as he pulled that double down the left field line. Grounder in the hole. Base hit. His third base hit of the ball game. Nettles dove for a throw to second, and they got him. He is out. McRae trying to look at Lou Piniella, saying, what do you think? You're playing with kids? He got him out by 10 feet. Good play by Piniella, who's really hustling. He threw the ball to Bucky Dent, who was confused, turned around, still had plenty of time to tag McRae. No runs, a hit, no errors, nobody left. At the end of 7, it's the Royals 3 and the Yankees 1. Delicate flavor of Venetian cuisine, the zesty, satisfying taste of La Cucina Siciliana. From Palermo to Milano, you can cook your way through all the delectable regional dishes of Italy with food products from Polio. Smooth, creamy Polio ricotta cheese. Luscious, fast-melting Polio mozzarella. From peppers to pepperoni, tomatoes to macaroni, Polly-O has a complete variety of real Italian food products, all made to help you make dishes that would charm a Parman or make a Roman feel at home in. Polly-O, always in the best Italian taste.
Fill her up, fill her up, fill her up with Champion. Pull out the old, plug in the new. Fill her up with Champion.
All the problems that last winter caused is one you've probably forgotten. How hard it was to start your car every morning. This winter, a fresh set of Champion spark plugs can help. While we're on the subject, there's one thing that's probably going to be worse than last winter: gas prices. Champions can help there too, because fresh Champions can help you make the most of every gallon. So this winter, start faster, go farther. Fill her up with Champion.
Fill her up, fill her up, fill her up with Champion. Pull out the old, plug in the new. Fill her up with Champion. Fill her up, fill her up, fill her up with Champion. Pull out the old, plug in the new. Fill her up with Champion.
All right, Yankees got to get something going here. They trail 3-1 in the top of the 8th. Willie Randolph bounced to short twice and walked. Splittorff's pitch, strike on the outside corner. It'll be Randolph, Munson, and Piniella. Yankees have had only 5 hits or Splittorff. Curve, there's a base hit. Willie Randolph starts off the top of the 8th with a single to center. And now the Yankees have the men coming up that they want. Munson, Piniella, and Johnson. Thurman has driven in the 1 Yankee run with a clutch 2-out single. Munson at his best under pressure. He was robbed of a base hit on a fine play by Potek in the first, single to right in the 3rd, and bounced to 2nd in the 5th. And here comes Whitey Herzog. Mingori and Bird, Mingori the left-hander and Bird the right-hander, are up in the bullpen. And normally when Whitey Herzog comes out, he makes a change, but let's see. Both pitches, Splittorff and Guidry were told to throw as hard as they could and go as long as they could. Everybody would be ready in the bullpen. And they want Doug Bird. How do you like that? I tell you, the last time that Whitey Herzog took out a pitcher who was pitching well, it cost him. Took out Andy Hassler, brought in Bird, and the Yankees went on to win the ball game. So let's see if history repeats. Right now, we'll take a quick break.
WMCA, Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. Thanks to Emery's computer tracking system, no matter where your package is, you can always touch base with it. Emery, the Air Force in air freight.
And win compliments on your cooking with the prize flavor of all Polly-O Italian food products now at Food Fair, Pantry Pride, and Hills.
Well, Doug Bird has come in, and I tell you, that Splittorff pitched another beautiful ball game. He went 7 innings plus 1 batter here in the 8th, allowed 6 hits. He walked only 2, struck out only 2, and has allowed just the 1 run so far. Randolph is at first base with nobody out. He will be Splittorff's responsibility, and Doug Bird comes on. Bird is making his 3rd appearance of these playoffs. He's only worked an inning and 2/3, allowing 2 hits and no runs. And he'll be facing Munson, Piniella, and Johnson. And we just might see Reggie Jackson, who's swinging a bat in the dugout, come up and pinch hit for somebody. I tell you, that would be a fitting ending to a very unusual season if Reggie would pinch hit and hit one out. That would be beautiful. All right, Thurman Munson getting ready outside the batter's box. Bird has completed his warm-ups. And as per usual, Munson wants to look at that ball. And Birmingham keeps it in play. So Munson got one ball thrown out of 4 looks. Randolph at first, nobody out. Yankees trailing 3-1 in the top of the 8th. Stretch by Bird, pitch to Munson, down low, ball 1. Thurman taking plenty of time. Bird to the belt. The pitch, swing and a miss. 1-1. Pete Lecoq holding first against Randolph. Outfield straight away and deep on Munson. Quick throw to first, Willie back. Bird sets, and the pitch, swing and a miss. Good slider that time by Bird. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Every once in a while, Doug Bird will quick pitch a batter. He does not. He did it on that pitch. He does not come to a complete set. The pitch struck him out. He jammed Munson with a fastball. Big strikeout for Doug Bird. And now Lou Piniella. And coming out on deck is Reggie Jackson. Looks like he'll bat for Cliff Johnson. Piniella has doubled. Bounce to third and fly to right. 1 man out in the top of the 8th. Yankees trailing 3-1. Willie Randolph led off the inning with a base hit at first base. Throw to first. Willie jumps back. Bird sets. And the pitch is a base hit to center field. Randolph's going to go to third base. Yes, he is. He kind of hesitated and then went. And now the Yankees have runners at first and third. 1 out, and Reggie Jackson is coming up to bat. Holy cow, wouldn't this be something? Reggie Jackson, who did not start tonight and took it like a man, I tell you. He said it took a lot of guts by Billy Martin to make that kind of a call, take him out. But he did it, and he's resigned to it. Now he's up as a pinch hitter. 1 out. Runners at first and third, and the Royals leading 3-1. Doug Bird gets the sign. Here's the stretch. And the pitch. Down low, ball 1. On deck, Greg Nettles.
For the doctor's page, Jackson County 17-12. Hold your answering service, please.
Piniella at first. Randolph at third. Jackson now getting set in the box. Bird sets. And the pitch. Foul back. He had a good cut and fouled it back off the mask and onto the screen. All right, Bird gets the sign. The pitch. Foul back. He had his pitch that time and just got under it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tough spot for Jackson. Runners lead at the corners. Bird sets. There's one hit to center field. It'll get a run in. Otis coming on. He can't get it. It's a base hit and a run scores. Otis was fooled on that ball. Jackson comes through with a clutch single. Stopping at second, Piniella. That was a sinking line drive that Jackson hit, and here comes Whitey Herzog. And I told you the last time that Herzog came out to take Andy Hassler out, who was pitching a beautiful ball game. It turned around and the Yankees won it, and now the Yankees right back in this ball game. It's 3-2. Runners at first and second, only one out. And it looks like the left-hander Mingori is coming on. I tell you, what a tough spot for Reggie Jackson, and he came through it. Beautiful, beautiful clutch base hit. All right, Bartolucci, I'll give you a station break. Right now, take it.
WMCA Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. Unlike other air freight carriers, Emory doesn't just go to the major cities, they also go to the minors.
Your attention, please. Now pushing for Kansas City.
All right, Steve Mingori has come on. Greg Nettles is scheduled to be the batter. Now, anything can happen in a short series. Billy Martin, as you know, rested Reggie Jackson. And now with the left-hander Mingori coming up and Nettles having his problems in this series, we'll see what Billy Martin's going to do. No. Greg is coming out. In this game, Nettles has bounced to second, fouled to third, and struck out. But Nettles has come through with so many clutch base hits all year. The Yankees have Piniella at second, Jackson at first, and Greg Nettles will be the batter. 3-2, the Royals are leading, only one out. Yankees have had 3 base hits here in the 8th inning. 1 off Splittorff, 2 off Bird. And Nettles now will really have to guard that plate. Just dunk that ball, hit one off the end, or break the bat, get one over the infield. He'll take anything. Or a home run. Yeah, that wouldn't be bad. All right, Jackson off first, Piniella off second. 1 man out, and the Royals leading 3-2 in the top of the 8th. Stretch by Mingori. The curve almost hits Nettles. Oh, Greg tried to get hit with that one. Just missed his right shoulder. Mark Littell is up in the Royals bullpen. And on deck is Chris Chambliss. Does that bring back memories? The kick and the pitch popped up, but it's going to go in the stands, out of play. Lecoq looking at it. It goes back over the Royals dugout. It's 1-1. Lecoq goes to the rosin bag. Jackson leads off first. Piniella off second. Lou's got to get a pretty good jump because base hit, fast and good throwing outfield. Swing and a miss at a sidearm curve. Greg really fooled with that pitch. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. All right, Mingori looks in for the sign. Comes to the belt. And the pitch. Deep to right field, but Collins is back there. Piniella did not tag. Now he goes back. It's too late. Piniella could have tagged and easily gone to third as that ball fooled Collins, sent him back to the warning track in front of the bullpen in deep right field. And now Chris Chambliss. Boy, I tell you, Nettles got under that another 1/8 of an inch, and that would have been way back in the bullpen. And now Chris Chambliss. Chris is really overdue. And I would just love to see him stroke one to the opposite field. He has had 1 hit in 16 at-bats in this playoff series. Looking for his first run batted in. And what a play by Frank Whitey. Throws to second. He bobbled that ball. And that Jackson is arguing. Patek is hurt as Jackson went into him hard. It looked like Patek bobbled that ball, but a great play by Frank White as he dove to his right, smothered the ball on a short hop, and flipped to Patek for the out. And Patek is down as Jackson went into him hard. And it really looked like Patek had bobbled the ball, but the umpire called him out. That has to be the clutch play of the series. Right there, Frank White. Unbelievable diving backhand grab, and then flip to Patek for the force play on Jackson. Tremendous play by Frank White. Chris Chambliss just can't believe it. He hit that ball as hard as he could hit it. Patek now up, and he's being helped off the field. The Yankees pick up a run. 3 hits, no errors, 2 men left. Big hand for Patek. And now, at the end of 7.5 innings, it's the Royals 3 and the Yankees 2.
Next time you have an appetite for fine steak and seafood, go directly to Ponte's at Desbrosses and West Street here in New York, and carte blanche it. Ponte's is one of many fine restaurants in New York where your carte blanche card will allow you to spoil, indulge, and treat yourself to the kind of food nobody can make at home. Dinner always tastes a little bit better when you have it with style, with your carte blanche card, because people know carte blanche denotes more than an average measure of distinction and taste. With a carte blanche card, you can travel with style, too. You can carte blanche your airline tickets, carte blanche your rented car, carte blanche your hotel bill, and even carte blanche a vacation tour through Cartan Tours. Keep your card with you wherever you go, and carte blanche your way through over 250,000 doors across the country, including Ponte's. Carte blanche it. You'll know you're going first class, and so will everyone else.
We're going into the bottom of the 8th inning on a disputed call at second base when it really looked like Patek had bobbled the ball as Jackson hit him hard. It's the Royals 3, the Yankees 2. And George Brett will lead it off. He has tripled, driven in a run and scored, bounced to first and walked. Mike Torres' first pitch is a curve low ball 1. We look ahead to the top of the 9th. Scheduled batters Blair, Dent, and Rivers. There's a foul out of play, 1-1. Next pitch, a bouncing ball is short. Dent has it. Fires to first, 1 away. That'll bring up Al Cowens, who has bounced to third, single to left, had an infield hit. He's driven in 2 runs tonight. Going right down to the wire. His final game of the playoffs to see who gets in the World Series. And it's not over yet by a long shot. The Royals scored 2 in the first. With some alert defensive play, they would not have scored any. They scored 1 in the third. The Yankees picked up 1 in the third, 1 in the 8th. Pitch to Cowens, low ball 1. The kick and the pitch, strike call, 1-1. Cowens took it, but it hit the outside corner. And on deck, Amos Otis. Cowens got 3 hits in the first game. Then the Yankees held him hitless until his second time up tonight. Line drive, left center. Rivers digging and makes the catch. Man, was that ball tagged? That looked like a base hit and it just took off. Mickey Rivers made the play, 2 out. And now Amos Otis. Otis had a bunt single, struck out, and bounced out to second base. nobody on in the bottom of the 8th. There's nobody leaving this ballpark with a game like this. Pitch to Otis, high, ball 1. This crowd is yelling themselves hoarse tonight. The 1-0 delivery. Strike call, 1-1. One ball, 1 strike, 2 out. Otis taking a long time getting ready. The kick and the pitch, strike 2 called. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ready for the 1-2 delivery. Here it is, low, it's 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. The kick, the pitch. Oh, he just missed the outside corner. 3-2. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Nobody on. Bottom of the 8th. Royals in front, 3-2. Pitch by Torres, ball 4. Now they're going to have to watch Otis. That's only the second walk given up by Torres. The batter, Pete Lecoq, who pinch hit for John Watham in the 6th and struck out. Billy Martin's coming out. And it looks like he's going to bring Sparky Lyle in. We'll wait and see. He has not signaled as yet. He's tying his shoelace out there. Billy has not made a move yet. And he's going to let Torres stay in there. I tell you, Mike has really been throwing that ball tonight. So Lecoq steps in. 2 out. Otis at first. Billy went out to remind Torres, who did not pay too much attention to Cookie Rojas back in the 4th, and Cookie stole a base. Stretch by Torres. There goes the run, a pitch out, throw to second, and he's safe. The throw was in the dirt. Randolph caught it, came up with the glove, and by the time he came down to tag him on a pitch out, Otis steals second base. Munson's throw was a 1-hopper to Randolph. That was a ball to Lecoq. And they're moving the outfield around towards left and left center. Torres to the belt. The pitch foul, and he's trying to hit to left field. Strike 1 on Lecoq, 1-1. Mike checks Otis. And the pitch down low, 2-1. Two men are out. Stretch by Mike. Pitch low, it's 3-1. On deck, Cookie Rojas. Royals leading 3-2 in the bottom of the 8th. The 3-1 pitch. Strike call. 3-2. Kind of a delayed strike call by the plate umpire. Full count. Torres ready for a big payoff pitch. Here it is, and holy cow, he must have just missed with that one. Here comes Billy Martin. And he wants Sparky Lyle. So that's going to be all for Mike Torres. And Mike pitched beautifully. He pitched 1, 2, 3, 4. And 2/3, 5 1/3 innings. He allowed just 3 base hits. Walked 3, struck out 4, has not allowed any runs, and Sparky Lyle will come on. And the batter is Cookie Rojas. Rojas has lined hard to left, singled, stole a base, and then bounced to short. Yeah, I tell you, Ron Guidry started this game, and in the first inning, the Royals picked up 2 runs on 3 hits. One of them a bunt single, which didn't mean anything, but ground ball to Bucky Dent. Bucky had trouble getting it out of his glove, getting a good grip. McRae beat it out, and then Brett hit a line drive that Mickey Rivers kind of misjudged, went for a triple. He slid into third, and a big fight between Nettles and Brett. Both teams erupted and were out on the field, scuffling around. And then Brett, when order was restored, scored on a high Baltimore chop by Al Collins. Royals picked up another run in the 3rd inning on a double by McRae. A ground out by Brett that sent McRae to 3rd, where he scored on Al Collins' single. That was all the scoring for the Royals. Yankees picked up a run in the 3rd with 2 out. Rivers single, stole 2nd. Randolph walked, and Munson lined a single to right to drive in Rivers. And they scored their 2nd run in the 8th, a single by Randolph, single by Piniella, and a single by Jackson, pinch hitting. But then a great play by Frank White on a disputed call at 2nd. And Reggie Jackson said Patek bobbled the ball when Reggie slid into him hard, and Patek had to be helped off the field. But the umpire didn't change his call. Sparky's ready, and Rojas will be stepping in. Otis at 2nd. Lecoq at 1st. And Cookie Rojas the batter. Sparky Lyle, who was outstanding in last night's relief job. He kicks, delivers, swinging a foul, strike 1. Sparky looking around at his defense, gets back on the rubber now, gets the sign from Munson. And the pitch to Rojas, high, 1-1. Ready for the 1-1 pitch. And here it is. Foul back and out of play. Upstairs, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Sparky doesn't like the feel of that ball. Gets another one. Walks in back of the mound. Get a little rosin. Got that big chaw tobacco. Flips the ball from his glove to his pitching hand. Gets the sign from Munson. And the pitch. Struck him out. How do you like that, Sparky Lyle? He is unbelievable. No runs, no hits, no errors. 2 men left. At the end of 8, it's the Royals 3 and the Yankees 2.
Hey, everybody, this is Mel Allen. You know, I've spent a lot of years broadcasting baseball games, But, man, what I wouldn't have given to broadcast a fight, a championship fight with heavyweights like Lewis, Alley, or middleweights like Graziano and Sugar Ray. Well, I finally got my chance to broadcast a champion, the lightweight beer champion, new Rheingold Extra Light. Friends, you're going to hear a lot more about this premium beer because Extra Light got it all together. Less filling, round after round. Only 87 calories a can. But the full-bodied taste still goes the distance. Believe me, this is the one that'll set you beer fans cheering. Less filling, round after round. The new title holder, the lightweight beer champion, Rheingold Extra Light. Go get 'em, champ. Rheingold Brewery, New York.
And you're going to like when we do things at AMCO Transmission. Because if you take your car to AMCO in the morning, chances are you'll have it back the very same evening. That's one-day service. And that's just another reason we're the world's largest transmission specialist.
You're going to like the way we do things at AMCO. Because at AMCO,
we get most cars done in one day.
we do things right.
AMCO, AA, MCO.
Well, Dennis Leonard now, who came on and beat the Yankees here at Royal Stadium in a starting role as he pitched the full 9 innings, allowing just 4 hits and 2 runs, has come on to do the pitching. Whitey Herzog sending the right-hander out there. I tell you, he pitched 9 innings, and that arm can't rebound that quickly. He'll be working to Paul Blair, and then Roy White is on deck as a pinch hitter for Bucky Dent. And then Mickey Rivers. So Paul Blair has bounced to third twice and popped to second. Leonard, the right-hander. We're in the top of the 9th. The Yankees trail by a run. That's low ball 1. Dennis Leonard winds. Oh, Blair went after a pitch out of the strike zone. Would have been 2-0, but Paul was guessing and looking to hit one out of here. A little over-anxious. Then the Yankee bench. Players getting up, walking around. The 1-1 pitch, fastball foul, back on the screen, strike 2. One ball, 2 strikes. Royals 3, Yankees 2 in the top of the 9th. It's been an exciting playoff. Leonard winds. Curve popped up, but I believe it'll be out of play. Lecoq will not be able to reach it. And it's still a ball and 2 strikes. Tension all the way through this ball game has been unbelievable. Again, the 1-2 pitch. He held up. It's 2-2. That is tough job to hold up on that kind of a pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out, nobody on, top of the 9th. Yankees need a run to tie. The pitch, fastball, foul. That'll be out of play, back into the seats. Leonard doesn't like the feel of that ball. Gets a new one from Nick Bremigan. Roy White is on deck. All right, the windup by Leonard. Pitch is lined to center field, and that ball's going to drop in for a base hit. Holy cow, Paul Blair hung in there as well as I've seen him hang in there all year off a tough right-hand pitcher. And now Roy White's going to go down and talk to Dick Hauser. Boy, these Yankees, I tell you, never say die. White has got his instructions from Hauser, who got them from Martin.
Batting for the shortstop, Dennis.
Roy White has been about 5 times in this series with 2 base hits. And both of them have been doubles. On deck, Mickey Rivers with Willie Randolph to follow. Brett is in at third. Lecoq holding first against Paul Blair. Quick throw to first base. Blair is back.
Butcher, call the stadium operator, please.
There's a banner hanging over the fence near the bullpen they want to pull back. And they do. All right, nobody out. Paul Blair with a big clutch single leading off the top of the 9th. White digging in at the plate. Here's the stretch by Leonard. Pitch to White is outside, ball 1. Roy had not squared around a bunt. Mark Littell and Larry Gora, a right-hander and a left-hander, are up in the Royals bullpen. Blair leading off first. Leonard wheels and throws to first. Blair is back. Nobody out. Another quick throw, and Blair is back. Boy, that was a good move that time by Leonard. Blair getting a good lead. In case of a ground ball, he wants to break up a possible double play. Pitch to Roy. Outside. Dropped by Porter. No advance. It's 2-0. And now Leonard wants still another baseball. Two balls, no strikes, nobody out. Blair with a good lead at first, but he's got to be careful. Leonard has that good move. He comes down to the belt. A pitch to Roy. High ball, 3-0. And now Porter calls time and goes out to talk with Dennis Leonard. Yankee players getting fidgety down in the dugout. Thurman Munson loosening up his legs. Mickey Rivers goes down to change bats, comes out on deck. 3 balls, no strikes on Roy White. Leonard sets, and the pitch. Strike, ball, 3-1. See if the Yankees play a little hit and run here or something. A stretch by Leonard. No, Blair does not go swing, and a miss. Strike 2. It's 3-2. A full count on Roy White. Leonard had missed the plate with 3 straight pitches, came in with 2 strikes. There goes Blair. Foul back on the screen. Blair had some jump, I tell you. But of course, Roy White with 2 strikes on him had to protect the plate. So Roy stays alive, and the Yankees stay alive. Still nobody out, and the Yankees trailing by a run. Leonard nods his head at the sign. Quick throw to first. Blair jumps back. Leonard had stepped on the mound and stepped off, almost stumbled. He comes set. Blair is going. Foul back and out of play. Oh, man. Tension is unbelievable. Both teams battling to get in the World Series. The biggest prize in baseball is to get in the series. That's why so many times the playoffs are much more exciting than the World Series. All right, Blair with a good lead again. Leonard sets. He's going again. The pitch, ball 4. Holy cow, Roy White with a great eye gets a walk. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Here comes Whitey Herzog. And while Whitey Herzog is walking out to the mound, we'll pause for station identification.
WMCA, Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. Emory goes to the places everyone else goes to, as well as the places no one else goes to. Emory, the Air Force in air freight.
Well, Whitey Herzog has really been over-managing in this ball game. First, he took Splittorff out, who was pitching a tremendous game. Put in Doug Bird. They creamed Bird for 2 base hits and a run. Then he started this inning with Dennis Leonard, who had pitched 9 full innings just a couple of days ago. Leonard couldn't do it as Blair singled and White walked. Now he's bringing in Larry Gura, and Gura was creamed pretty hard by the Yankees in the game he started.
Your attention, please. Now pitching to the
which was yesterday.
Number 37, Larry Gura.
So Gura is out there, and Mickey Rivers will be the batter. And Mickey had 4 base hits in yesterday's game. He's 1 for 4 in this game with a stolen base and a run scored. And following Rivers is Randolph and Munson, with the Royals leading 3-2 in the top of the 9th inning. And everything riding on this last inning. 162 game schedule, about 35 games in spring training. The 5th playoff game. And all for that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, the World Series. Gura still taking his warm-up pitches. The Yankees with an outstanding chance right here. 2 of their fastest men on base, and their fastest men definitely at bat. Mickey Rivers. Blair is at second. White is at first. I've had more coffee tonight. If this game goes in extra innings, Gene Michael's going to have to finish on the air for me because my voice was shot when I got here. All right, Mickey Rivers steps in with Blair at second and White at first. Lecoq is in at first. Brett is in at third. Look at this weird defensive alignment. Holy cow. Potek is playing third base. And Mickey Rivers started a bunt, takes it high, ball 1. I tell you, this is quite a defense. And now Hauser's going to talk with Rivers. Because on this play, if Rivers bunts to third, Brett's going to grab it, turn around, throw to Potek. They'll force Blair. White, the second baseman, is standing about 2 steps from second base. Potek is closer to third than he is to second. Oh, and they let Mickey swing away. There's no way they're going to double Rivers up for sure. 3-2, the Royals lead. Why never saw a defensive alignment like this? Here's a stretch. Mickey swings and misses. He went after a bad pitch. 1-1. That's it. Herzog's got that infield so confused they don't know what they're doing out there. Lecoq looks in at the bench. White looks in at the bench. Stretch by Gura. And Mickey runs up the bunt, takes it low, 2-1. Oh, I tell you, he's got to bunt to first base. If he bunts to third, they got to force easy at third base. And now Hauser yells Mickey Rivers out of the box and says, swing away, Mick, don't bunt. Now that might be a decoy, but we'll wait and see. Larry Gura comes to the belt. And the pitch, he swings and fouls it back on the screen. And now Brett wants to know what to do. Potek goes back to his normal position. I tell you, Mickey had a lot of things going for him there, that weird defensive alignment. A ground ball any place but right at Brett. All right, Blair leads at second. White leads at first. 2-2 on Mickey Rivers. He's just got to get a piece of it. Hit a slow ground ball. The pitch. And he gets a base hit to right field. Blair's going to score. White's going to go to third. Holy cow, Mickey Rivers comes through in the clutch. Holy cow, I got to say it again. The ball game is tied 3-3. Yankees have runners at first and third. Nobody out. And Willie Randolph, the batter, and here comes Whitey Herzog, who is doing the worst job of over-managing I have ever seen. Whitey's done a great job all year. But in this last couple of games, I don't like to second-guess him. He took pitches out when he shouldn't. Martin's going out to talk with Hauser. Holy cow, Gura runs in. I don't think he's gotten anybody out yet. In the 2 games he had to get a couple of guys out. But Mickey Rivers comes through with a clutch single to right field. Driving in Paul Blair. That run is charged to Dennis Leonard, who could be the losing pitcher in this game. The Yankees have runners at first and third, and Willie Randolph will be the batter. And we got another pitcher coming on, and we said that both clubs would have everybody in the bullpen, and Whitey Herzog's going to try and use them all tonight. Let's see. Anybody know who this is? Mark Littell. You know, I don't even have room to put him down on my scorecard. Mark Littell. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 6th Royal pitcher of the night. Hey, Bartolucci, you got any music you can play back at the studio? Give me a minute's rest. Or Gene Michael, anything you'd like to say on the air? Well, if he wants to sing, no, forget that. This is unbelievable. You talk about a team that did not give up all year under the most adverse conditions. Press, radio, television, ball players fighting to come up, win their divisional title, to beat a tough Red Sox and Baltimore club, battle these Royals down to the last game. Coming into the 8th inning, trailing by 2, they picked up 1 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th. The score's tied, and now they got runners at first and third with nobody out. We're not conceding the game to the Yankees, but to be able to come back with a partisan crowd rooting on every pitch, they are very quiet right now, I can tell you that. And again, the Yankees, nothing but speed out there. White at third, Rivers at first, and Randolph the batter. And the infield is playing halfway, which gives the Yankees another advantage. So Mark Littell comes to the belt. Checking the runners. The pitch to Willie Randolph. High ball 1 on deck, Thurman Munson. Reggie Jackson doing some cheerleading on the bench. Boy, did he get a clutch pinch hit single. Littell steps off the rubber. Randolph steps out of the box. Stretch by Littell. And the pitch. Low and away, almost a wild pitch. It's 2-0. Suddenly, all the pressure is on the Royals, as the Yankees had 9 innings of constant pressure on them. 3-3 the score. Stretch by Littell. And the fastball is in there. Strike ball, 2-1. Rivers off first, White off third. Littell checking them. He steps back off the mound. Worried about Mickey Rivers over there. All right, Willie Randolph back in the batter's box as Littell sets. And the pitch. Outside and high, 3-1. Ooh, Billy Martin with a lot of options right now. Nobody out. He could send Rivers on a hit and run. He could let Randolph take. Randolph swing away. 3 balls, 1 strike, nobody out. Littell to the belt. And the pitch. And that'll get him in deep to center field. Rivers is going to tag up. And all way back on the warning track, Otis catches it. White scores easily. Rivers easily in the second. The Yankees lead 4-3. Look at that Yankee bench going bananas. Willie Randolph hit one 400 feet that Otis had to go back to the track and catch. And the Yankees are out in front. And that run, by the way, is charged to Dennis Leonard, so he is the pitcher of record right now. And the batter is Thurman. Munson is 1 for 4 with a single and a run batted in. And it looks like are they gonna put him on? Wait a minute. Porter is saying something to Littell. With Rivers, he's saying, watch Rivers at second base. That's what he's saying. He'll pick your pockets, you don't keep an eye on him. Man, he got the second before White crossed home plate. All right, the stretch by Littell. And the pitch to Munson. Bouncing ball is short. Rivers goes. Hot touch throw to first. Low, but scooped up by Lecoq. Munson is out. Rivers is at third. They're at 2 away. And now Lou Piniella. Lou has double, single, bounce to third, fly to right. 1 more run would look beautiful on my lineup card. Mickey Rivers at third. I don't believe I've ever seen Mickey try and steal home. Well, Galen Cisco is coming out now. Remember, Reggie Jackson went in for Cliff Johnson, so Jackson remained the designated hitter. And Reggie is on deck. Galen Cisco talking with George Brett, Darrell Porter, and Mark Littell, and now Dick Hauser comes in to talk with Lou Piniella. A lot of meetings going on all over this ballpark. Jerry Walker and Gene Michael having a big meeting to the bottom of the 9th. Everybody goes back. And Lou Piniella throws his gum away, as he usually does when he comes up to bat. Littell will pitch from a stretch position to keep an eye on Rivers. 2 out, 2 runs in. The Yankees lead 4-3. Stretch by Littell. And the pitch to Piniella. Bouncing ball towards the hole. Brett one hands it to his left. Throw to first. Oh, big throw! Holy cow! He threw it 6 feet over Lecoq's head. Rivers scores. And there's that run I wanted. And the Yankees lead 5-3. And my voice has come back. I can't believe it. An error by George Brett. And going to second base is Lou Piniella. And the Yankees are out. I can't believe my voice is back. The Yankees are out in front 5-3. That run is charged to Larry Gura. And suddenly a lot of silence here at Royal Stadium. Reggie Jackson, who got one of the biggest hits of the year for him and the Yankees when he pinch hit in the 8th to driving the runners up there. Piniella at second. Pitch to Reggie, swings and fouls it off, strike 1. On deck, Greg Nettles. The Yankees have scored 3 times here in the top of the 9th. They lead 5-3. Littell kicks, delivers a ground ball, and White to his left has it. Throws Jackson out. Reggie hit the ball well. But the Yankees pick up 3 runs on 2 base hits One big error, 1 man left. At the end of 8 1/2, the Yankees 5 and the Royals 3. All right, we're going to the bottom of the 9th inning. The scheduled batters are Darryl Porter, Frank White, and Freddie Patek. And on the mound is Sparky Lyle. Sparky has pitched to 1 man in this game and struck him out. That was Cookie Rojas. Darryl Porter has singled. Slide deep to center. Mickey Rivers made a great play on him and then slide to left. So the Royals need 2 to tie. Sparky Lyle. Left hand hitting Darryl Porter is in there. Lyle into the windup. His pitch popped up on the left side. Fred Stanley, who took over for Bucky Dent, is out and makes the catch, and it's 1 out. The chicken kind of sneaked in there. Bucky Dent was pinch hit for, and so Stanley went out to play short. 1 out. And there goes the helmet out of the dugout. I think it's Whitey Herzog's helmet. Frank White, that slide to left, struck out, bounced to third. The wind-up by Lyle, and the pitch is right in there, strike 1 called. That whole Yankee bench is up. Lyle winds again. Pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. Yankees 5, Royals 3. We're in the bottom of the 9th inning. White taking a little time. Now he's back in. Sparky kicks, delivers, lined up, base hit to center field. Boy, Mickey Rivers. That was a tricky play by Mick. It looked like he wanted White to think he had lost the ball, fired it in. So Sparky Lyle had gotten 2 quick strikes on Frank White. Then got a slider up a little bit. Freddie Patek bounced to short, foul to the catcher, bounced to third, slide to right. Time is called. Yankees lead by 2. Hidro and Gullett are up in the Yankee bullpen. There's a swing and a miss by Patek, strike 1. And that's where Sparky's got to keep that slider. He does it 95% of the time. Once in a while he'll hang one, as he did to White. Lyle sets again. The kick and the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. 0-2 on little Freddie Patek. Chambliss holding first against Frank White. Stretch by Sparky. The kick, the pitch, bouncing ball to third. Nettles goes to second, 1. Back to first. Double play and the ball game is over. And the Yankees are in the World Series. Cliff Johnson lost his shoe. And they are all over Sparky Lyle. You talk about a comeback. This has got to be one of the greatest comebacks in all of baseball history. And by the way, for you Yankee fans, reserve bleacher seats for games 1 and 2 of the World Series will go on sale tomorrow morning at the Yankee Stadium Advance Ticket. I'm not even on. Oh, I'm on. From 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. 4 tickets each. Limit 4 per game per customer. I mean, I'm in a state of shock here. The Yankees came back from first a 2-0 deficit, then a 3-1 deficit to win the ball game. Unbelievable finish. The Yankees win it 5-3, and once again the Royals are beaten by the Yankees in the playoff. Look at this, Butterfield and Michael shaking hands. Oh, I got to shake hands with the stick. I want to tell you, that's one of the greatest thrills I've ever had in baseball. Oh, I tell you, this really unbelievable. Bartolucci, what are we going to do? Go into a commercial. Go into a commercial back there while I regain my wits. Oh, the score. Yes, the final score. The Yankees 5 and the Royals 3. Well, we are back here. Very, very quiet ballpark, but in that Yankee clubhouse right now, the ball players, and deservedly so, are going wild. I tell you, this club, you got to give Billy Martin. If he doesn't get manager of the year, I'll be greatly surprised. I know Earl Weaver's going to get a lot of votes. But if they knew what Billy Martin had to go through this year, and these ball players who finally put it all together, put aside all their differences, all their petty bickering, played as a team for that last month of the season, and then this playoff, and to come back in a game like this that meant so much. 3-1 deficit, scoring a run in the 8th and 3 in the 9th to win it 5-3. And really, I got to say, Whitey Herzog did a great job all year up till tonight when he overmanaged. Tough break, but there can only be one winner. It's got to be a loser, and the Yankees are the winners. So that's it. I want to thank all you fans who have listened so faithfully all year long. This might be the last time you hear the old scooter on the Yankee broadcast. But for Frank Messer, Bill White, and Dan Bartolucci, this is Phil Rizzuto saying the final score, the Yankees 5 and the Royals 3. The executive producers of New York Yankee Baseball. Do I go on this, Bartolucci? I'm so excited I forget. The executive producers of New York Yankee Baseball are Mike D. Tomaso and Ed Babinski. Our engineer, as always, Dan Bartolucci. And now, this is Phil Rizzuto, along with Frank Messer, Bill White, and Dan Bartolucci saying sayonara, aloha, arrivederci, and goodbye from Kansas City. Once again, the final score, the Yankees 5 and the Royals 3.
This New York Yankee game was brought to you by New York's favorite Rheingold Extra Dry Beer. Champion Spark Plugs. Champion reminds you that the fresher your plugs, the better your mileage. Yoo-hoo. Isn't it time you knew Yoo-hoo? Household Finance Corporation. They've solved more financial problems for more people than anyone else in their business. Rickle Home Centers for lumber, building supplies, paints, and hardware. Pharmacraft, makers of Truex and Desinex. AC Delco Auto Parts. Geno's in New Jersey for 100% sirloiners and Kentucky Fried Chicken. And by Getty Gasoline, the oil company that gives you more for your dollar. Give it a try.
The New York Yankees have won the American League pennant, defeating the Kansas City Royals in their final playoff game tonight in Kansas City by a score of 5-3. They still don't believe it in Kansas City. For 8 innings, Kansas City humbled the mighty Yanks. And then suddenly, the Yanks, not to be denied, came alive. And when the final out was recorded, 5-3 New York. They now meet the Los Angeles Dodgers in the World Series. There were reports of more irregularities in Bert Lance's bank today. And with that story, here's Mutual's Don Ross in New York.
The Long Island newspaper Newsday says more than $1 million in U.S. government funds has been placed in new deposits at the financially troubled bank in which Bert Lance holds a major interest. The paper based its report on the records of the U.S. Comptroller of the Currency. The large savings deposits at the National Bank of Georgia were reportedly made during the first quarter of this year, the time when Lance was budget director after serving as director of the Atlanta Bank.
Bank officials say nothing irregular was happening. This is comprehensive news from Mutual Radio. I'm Ivan Scott.
You can win a free vacation for 2 in New York for 8 days and 7 nights via American Airlines or 102 other great prizes. It's free, it's easy. Just look for the drugstore displaying the prize banner. Go in and get your free entry blank. And while there, you can pick up this month's specials. NTC Spray. Do you have the sniffles? Your stuffed-up nose may come from hay fever, summer colds, or sinus congestion. NTZ begins in seconds to help you breathe easier and feel better fast. NTZ comes in nose drops and convenient nasal spray. NTZ. Physoderm. You can deep clean and moisturize your face every day by washing with Physoderm. And you'll be giving your skin 5.5 pH protection against dryness and irritation. Physoderm with 5.5 pH protection for your skin. And if you're over 60, you are eligible to join our Senior Citizens Savings Club. Get your application at any drugstore displaying the Senior Citizens Savings Club sign.
Paid for by the Pharmacist Public Relations Bureau.
In that longshoreman strike from Maine to Texas, New Orleans is setting the pace, and the ILA isn't happy about it. For that story, here's reporter Len King in the Crescent City.
The Port of New Orleans is virtually shut down today, the result of a general strike called by 2 ILA locals here. Dock workers have voted by voting machine for the strike to continue. Militants among the New Orleans membership say that the recent vote may influence other locals to expand strikes in other ports. Len King, New Orleans.
Israeli Foreign Minister Moshe Dayan says Israel would quit any Geneva peace conference which tried to introduce the issues of a Palestinian homeland or formal representation of the Palestine Liberation Organization. But Dayan's Egyptian counterpart, Ismail Fahmy, says a Geneva conference will not take place if the PLO is excluded. The president of the Association of Marriage and Family Counselors tells his convention in San Francisco that marriages should be sampled first. For that story, here's Knowles Robertson.
So you don't want to get married, but you'd like to have a working relationship with somebody. Well, certain segments of our society frown on that. But in San Francisco, the president of the American Association of Marriage and Family Counselors, Frederick Humphrey, says marriages are failing because the partners don't have any experience. And to overcome that, should live together for a while before making the big plunge. Knowles Robertson, San Francisco.
President Idi Amin of Uganda observed the 15th anniversary of Ugandan independence today with an appeal to black African nations to form a liberation army to fight against Rhodesia and South Africa. You're listening to Mutual News.
Hi, this is Jim Backus and Mr. Magoo to tell you about Lazy Boy, the chair people. Hey, Jim, I want to tell them about the quality. Folks, you can depend on Lazy Boy's built-in quality. What craftsmanship? Hey, Jim, I want to tell them about the beauty. Folks, the outstanding beauty of a Lazy Boy chair will complement any decor. There's a wide variety of styles to select from. Hey, Jim Backus, I want to tell everyone about Lazy Boy's rugged He-Man construction and total comfort. Sorry, Mr. Magoo, our time is up.
The great Armour hot dog controversy. Is the dog kids love to bite just for kids?
Bill Lawson, bricklayer. How is the dog bricklayers love to bite? Lots of bricklayers eat Armour hot dogs. We can eat them with one hand while mixing cement with the other. We love their juicy taste. No cereals, no fillers, just good, delicious meat. Armour hot dogs. The dog bricklayers love to bite.
Reach for quality. Reach for the stars. Armour.
Ivan Scott, Mutual News, Washington.
Your network leader in news and sports.